If you're a programmer, there's a high chance that you came across an article about programming and you read it on medium.com. Medium is a very popular platform for all writers to blog, and lots of programmers are using it to actually write and blog on there. Now, if you're using Medium or you enjoy the experience of reading it and using it, well, guess what? Today, we're actually going to build it with JavaScript and Next.js from scratch. We're going to add a database with Firebase so then you can actually store your articles. And I know that this has been done a couple of times and people have made a video on Medium, but this is going to be different because we're going to be doing it together and we're going to be breaking it down step by step until you have your very own Medium app completed and deployed to the internet from scratch. And I believe that this will have the best possible explanation. So if you're excited, smash that like button, hit the subscribe button if you want to become the best developer in the world. And hey, if you don't know me, I'm Rafik Kazi. I'm the CEO and founder of Clever Programmer. I've been coding for nearly a decade and I've helped millions of people learn how to code. Now, with all of that said, here's how this is going to work. I have created a starter template for you to get started. And that'll give you all the assets and the images and the logos that you'll need access to, so you don't have to worry about anything and you'll be able to code on an online IDE with me and alongside me. So in order to do that, just go to join.replit.com/cp-medium. That's the URL. It's going to be very important. So click that link in the description below, and this is completely free. Okay, it doesn't cost you anything. Click that link in the description below and just hit fork this REPL. Once you fork it, you can actually go ahead and then make your own edits and write your own code. If you don't fork it, you won't be able to actually follow along with me. So make sure you go ahead and do that right now, and then we'll actually just code this together. All right, here's the demo of the Medium build that we're going to be doing with Next.js. So for example, I can come into my app and I can hit sign in right over here. And once I hit sign in, watch what happens. So I'm going to hit it right now and boom, look at that. That just popped up. And plus look at me, I'm in this screen. That's so cool. Magic of green screen. I'm going to choose Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com. It logs me in and now it changes this over here and it says, see that up there? Somewhere up there, boom. So I can actually even write. Now I can choose which article I want to go ahead and read. All of these articles are actually stored in your Firebase. So this is an actual database. They're not just stored nowhere. So I click into it and you can actually read your article, and we're pulling this straight from your database. So if I go over here, if I hide myself here, you can see that on the right hand side, we have the little ads popping up, which is really nice. And let's go back to a page and then let's go to this page, right? Boom, I have my article popping up, and there are a couple of other cool things happening too if you actually pay attention. I have my article here, I got my headline, I have the banner photo that shows up, and then in Medium at the top where it'll say things like, hey, you have a 5-minute read, let's do this. We have a nice sidebar, nice fancy sidebar on the left-hand side, right over here. We got a search bar on the right-hand side right over here. And there you have it, okay? And the other thing we can do is, of course, we can actually write articles in here. All right, so I'm gonna click, and now you can actually go ahead and put a title. We'll say how to make money coding, learn how to code and make money in 2022. For banner image, I actually like this Callie Halden image right over here. So I'm going to go ahead, right click it and copy image address right there. Boom. Let's copy it. And let's come back right here and paste this. Category will say coding. Estimated time length, let's say it's a 7-minute read. And then we'll just put some dummy stuff in here. It's going to be say, this is an article worth reading. All right, let's hit submit. And I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page. And now watch what happens. As I scroll down, I actually see my article that says how to make money coding. It's showing up at the bottom right here. I can click into it and then it actually redirects me to this article page. I can read the article and there you have it. So that is what you're going to be building. I hope that you're excited. With that said, we're now going to get ahead and get started coding. Now, if you want to build this with me, make sure to go ahead to this URL and click fork REPL. And once again, this URL that I'm talking about, right, is join.replit.com/cp-medium. Once you go there, you can just simply do fork REPL. And the point and the benefit of this is all the assets, logos, and everything will just be handed to you. Plus, you can actually just code a Next.js app on this online REPL, and it will also deploy it for you. So you can just code along with me right here without even needing to open up VS Code or whatever text editor or coding editor that you use. So simply go ahead and click fork this. It'll ask you to create an account. So go ahead and choose your own account, whichever account you have. And then once you're done forking, it will bring you to a page that looks like this. And this page should only have 3 things. Index.js file, which is completely empty. There's no line of code in here. This is a Node.js REPL. Okay, so if you write Node code, it will work in here. And you should have an assets folder along with the static folder. Now let's go ahead and let's take a look at what's in asset and static. Here are the things. These are the fonts we're going to need access to. So they are right here for your convenience. You don't have to go anywhere and download anything. And then there are all this images for your convenience. Okay. So make sure to click the link below. Go to join.replit.com/cp-medium. It's completely free. And then go ahead and fork this, and then you'll have access to all of this. Awesome. So now that we have this, we can actually just get started from scratch. So we're going to need to create a Next.js app, and then we're going to actually need to install Tailwind as well. So let's get started with creating a Next.js app. Make sure to go ahead and choose shell. So let's go to the shell. All right. And now that we're here, we're going to say yarn create next app and hit enter. And this will install the next app for you. Now I'll say, what's your project name? My project name is going to be medium-cp. All right. And then we're just going to hit enter, just like cool. And what's cool about Replit is you can pull your code very easily out of here. You can also sync your code with GitHub. So you will have version control capabilities. And all you have to do for that is just go on this left-hand side. And so you could push your code, go to your other editor, pull your code, and get access to everything. Okay. I just like it because everything is just up and running here anytime. Even if you want to come back, you can get access to everything that's here. All right. All right. I'm going to bring myself up here just so if there's anything important going on at the bottom, I don't want you to miss out. But all that's happening right now is we're just going and finishing our install. All right. So what we're now going to do is just move your assets folder into your medium CP and move your static folder into your medium CP and have all your folders in one place. Okay. And then index.js, we won't really be needing it for too long. So what we can just do with our index.js here is we can actually pretty safely just get rid of it. So just click here, delete, boom. So now you should just have a pretty clean project called medium-cp. And this should have this file structure right over here. Now let's go ahead and run this app and let's see if it's live. So all we have to do in our shell, make sure you're in the right folder with medium-cp. And I'm going to just go ahead and do yarn dev. Now, once I do that, it should actually whip up a server and it should host it on port 3000. And I'm going to go ahead and drag this down so I can see it. And there you go. Okay. I already have this app. It's up and running and it's showing up. Now, what's cool about Replit is that everything that you make is already deployed. So if I click this open in a new tab, right, this open in a new tab right over here, it'll just open in a new tab. And this app is a deployed version, which is so freaking cool. Like it's live. You could show it to anybody. And so the entire time you're working on your app, it's live the entire time. All right. Now, what we want to do with this app is we want to go ahead and make sure that we have Tailwind working. So what we're going to do is first things first, we're going to remove everything inside of this return statement. And I'm going to just replace it with an H1 and we'll say woohoo. All right, there we go. So that's all it should say. And I'm going to remove everything at the top. So basically my index.js should be very simple. One function, and then it should just say woohoo. That's it. Okay. And that's what we're seeing on the screen right there. Now, we want to install Tailwind. So the right way to do it is go to the Tailwind guide, install Tailwind CSS with Next.js. You can just Google this and it'll bring you to this exact page. Step 1 is creating your project, which we've already done. So we can skip that step. Let's go to step 2. We need to actually install Tailwind. So let's copy this line right over here because we need Tailwind CSS, Postcss, and an auto prefixer. Okay, those are the 3 things that we actually need. So let's go back. Let's go into our shell and I'm going to go ahead and paste this. Okay, cool. And it looks like that we were successfully able to install that. So this is now installed. Now what we need to do is we need to generate a Tailwind config.js file and a Postcss config.js file. How we're going to do that is we're going to copy this line right here and come right here and paste it. Okay, let's hit enter. And now we should have 2 files generated. So we have Postcss and Tailwind config. Both of these are created. Okay, let's go back. Now we're going to need to configure our template paths. So we tell it where to look for Tailwind code. And we tell it, hey, look for Tailwind code inside of pages and inside of the components folder. And the extension should be anything that ends with a JS extension or a TypeScript extension or a JX. So we can copy this content portion, go back into our Tailwind config, and just replace this content portion right over here. That's effectively pretty much it. Now, the next thing that we need to do, step 4, is we need to copy all of these right here, and we actually need to add it to our globals.css. So let's go into our styles right over here. Go into our styles, let's go into our globals, and let's add it all the way to the top, just like that. We're going to scroll down. You can skip step 5, and let's go to step 6. We're going to copy this line right over here, and let's go back into our index.js, and let's replace our h1 with that line. Okay, and this should test and see if our Tailwind CSS is actually running, because this is actual Tailwind CSS. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is make sure to do yarn dev so our server starts running. Let's check, and boom, look at that. We have our next app up and running, and we have our Tailwind CSS up and running. This is perfect if you've made it to this point. Now we're going to go ahead and build on top of this. All right, now we're going to go ahead and work on the header. So what I want to do is I want to just remove, I guess I could actually just keep this for a second here. Nah, I changed my mind. Let's remove it. We don't need this. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this, and let's make a div. Okay. And the first div I'm going to give it a class name of styles.wrapper. And don't worry right now if you're like, hey, where's styles.wrapper? We'll make this afterwards. For now, we're just making a div here. Okay, styles is not defined. So let's go ahead and just define styles. So I'm just going to go ahead and say const styles, and we'll make it an empty object. Okay, wrapper property does not exist yet. So this is going to be a div. Now inside of this div, the wrapper div, what I want to do is I want to have a content div. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to paste this. I'm going to replace this with content. And anytime you hear that sound, my apologies, just ignore that sound. That's just to keep me focused on making content for your beautiful face. And let's end this div. All right. And then inside of this content div right here, we want to have a logo container. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do div, and we're going to say class name, and we're going to do logo container. Okay. There we go. Just so you can follow along, what we're doing right now is we're just building this header right over here. Yeah. So this header has, if we go completely around all the way, right? This is our wrapper. Now within the wrapper, we're going to have additional stuff. So within the wrapper, we have our content is going to be another box right here. Okay. And then within our content, we're going to have our logo container, and our logo container might be this guy right here that just contains the logo. Okay. And then we might have like where this stuff is going to go. Okay. So like a navigation menu. So this is going to be, we're going to call this our banner nav. And then this one over here, we're going to call it our logo container. Okay. So this is like the underlying HTML structure that we're trying to build. Cool. So let's go back now to what we're doing. And one thing we're going to do is we're just going to make sure real quick that what we're building right now is actually showing up in our home page. Okay, we just want this component that we're building right now, this thing, we want to actually separate it out as a component and build it separately outside of this. So we're going to go ahead and just completely cut this right now. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to make a new folder at the app level. And we're going to call this folder components, just like this. All right. So you have components. Now inside of components, I want to add a file and I want to call it header.js. Okay. Now in my header.js file, I want to create my component here and I want to call it header. So I'm going to say const header, just like this. Okay. Let's keep it empty for now. And at the end, I want to say export default header, just like that. Okay, cool. So, because this is the component that we're exporting, right? Now within this component, I want to go ahead and do return and then paste all the stuff that we had written earlier. Okay, so now header is a separate component. Now inside of this logo container for now, I'm just going to write, I'm going to say h1 and we're just going to say hello. All I want to do is see that this header component is actually showing up on our screen. So let's go inside of our pages and we're going to import this and we're going to say, let's go all the way to the top. And here, basically what I want to say is import header from component/header. Okay. And now let's simply use our header component. Okay. And let's just see what happens and if we get any errors. And I know our styles file is going to complain. So let's go back to components. Let's go to header and let's just add the styles above right there. So that way we don't really get into any errors. It already knows that styles is an object. Okay. So it seems like our server died at the bottom. So what we want to do is we just want to run our server again. So I'm going to go ahead and just say yarn dev. Okay. If that's not working, make sure to just go cd into medium cp and then do yarn dev. Okay. And now our server should be up and running. Perfect. Okay. So you can actually see that hello is showing up. That means that we've connected our components to our pages folder and we're able to actually create a component, import it, and actually see what we're doing. Okay. Now, what I don't want is I don't want to just say hello here. I actually want the logo. So what I'm going to do is a couple of things. First, let's import image from next image. So I'm going to go all the way at the top here and we're going to say import image from, and I'm going to say next image, just like this. Okay. And we'll get access to that image down here. I'm going to go ahead and say image and we can make this a self-closing tag. So I can just close it like this. And then our image is going to have a few properties. Okay. So image is going to have a class name and we're going to give it a style. All these styles, don't worry, we're going to give these styles later. For now, we're going to leave it empty and we're going to say source logo. Okay. And we're going to need to import our logo as well. So in our static, we have this logo right here. All right. This logo, boom. So we're going to get access to this logo. This is a transparent logo, which is really nice. Let's go back to pages. Let's go back to components. My apologies. And inside of our components, we're going to say import logo from, and we'll give it a path of where to import it from, logo.png, just like that. All right. Now it'll actually be able to import it. And you can see that the medium logo is now showing up. Now let's go ahead and give it a certain size so it's not completely going crazy. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say height and we'll give it a height of 40. We'll give it a width of 200. Okay, so now it's a nice smaller logo. And if we open this app up completely, you can see that it's showing up right there, which is perfectly fine. That's kind of what we're looking for. So the logo container part is done. Now the next part that we actually want to have is our banner nav part that we talked about earlier. Our banner nav part will have all of these things right there. My apologies. That was my girlfriend calling. My dog has this thing, which they're worried it's like a cancerous tumor or whatever. So they're working on they're doing a biopsy. So we were just handling that. I don't know why you need to know that, but there you go. Now you know. Okay. Breaking the fourth wall there. Hi, you. Hi. Nice to see you there. Okay. Let's get back to it. So this is going to be our banner nav. Yeah. So let's go ahead and create that now. So right underneath this image, make sure that that logo container div is closed. We're going to go underneath that, and I'm going to create a new div. And then the class name here will be styles.bannerNav. Okay. And we're going to make it a div, and I'm going to say our story. Okay. So I'm going to say our story. And then the next thing we're going to have it say is membership. Because if you go to this one right here, right, it says our story, then it says membership, then it says sign in, and then it says get started. So we're going to add all of that. Membership. And let's go, and we're going to say sign in. And then we're going to go ahead and say get started. All right. So now we have all of the things that we see right there. Now, of course, we haven't styled any of this, which is why it looks funky and doesn't look the way that we want it to look. But this is really it for now. This is essentially our nav bar. Let's go to this version right here. Now, of course, we need to like use Flexbox and do all of those things. So then it actually puts it as, you know, a proper nav bar. So let's go ahead and start using some styles now. All right, so in our styles, let's start off with styling our wrapper, okay? Or actually, let's start off with the logo container first, okay? Let's start off with our logo container. And we're gonna go ahead and say it's a flex item center, and we're gonna go flex start on this, okay? Let's create another one, and this one is going to be our wrapper. So let's style our entire wrapper. Let's put commas here, okay? Let's go ahead and wrapper. And for my wrapper, I'm going to justify it to be at the center. It's also going to be a flex. It's going to be Flexbox enabled. Okay. So if you take a look at it now, if I refresh, you can see that it's centered right here. We're going to give it a gap of 10. And then what we want to do is a padding of 5. And we can give it a background color. And you can also give specific colors in Tailwind. So if you want to give like specific colors, you can do this trick. So you can do dash bracket, then give a specific color. So now it got that like orange. So starting to look more like what we want. So our wrapper is styled. Now we need to style our content. Okay. Now for our content, let's go ahead and make it, oops, let's put a comma right here so it doesn't break. Let's go max on the width here. And then I'm going to say flex 1. We'll make it flex enabled. So it's starting to look much better now. Much better. And now it's starting to look like what we want it to look like. We're going to justify in between. So there's a lot of space between the logo and that text. So there you go. You can see logo and the text has a plenty of space now. So justify between, and then just give a gap of 10. So you can see, boom, right there. Boom, our logo is right there. Okay, let's go back. We have our logo container. Now we need just a few more things. So we need to actually style our logo. We're going to make it so when you hover over it, it's going to be a cursor pointer. And then we want to make it object contain. That'll make sure that the quality of that image is sharp. So when you do object contain, regardless of what you do with the size of the logo, it will keep it pixel perfect. So before it was looking a little squished, now it looks pixel perfect. So if we look at the finished app and we look at our app, we go back to the finished app, starting to look similar, just that this is not in a row. And so to enable things and put them in a row, we usually have to use something called flex. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So I'm going to say banner nav. Let's enable flex. And right when we enable flex, you'll notice it's starting to look much better now and starts looking, these nav bars actually start to look quite similar now. Okay. So flex, and then we're going to make sure and say cursor pointer. So when you hover over any of them, it becomes a cursor. We're going to centralize the items, and then we're going to give a space between each. So there we go. So we have a space of 5 right there. And if I hover over, you see it becomes a pointer, like it's a button that you could click. Great. So our banner nav has made significant progress. And now what we need is an accented button. So accented button. Okay. Let's go ahead and go background black. And let's add this button on get started. So get started will have class name, and we're going to say styles.accented button, just like that. Okay. So just because I added just a black background, I mean, it's going to make it kind of invisible to see for now. So what we need to do is actually make the text white so we can see the text. And now let's add some padding vertically on the y-axis. So there's some more space. And we will add some padding on the x-axis. So there's like more space within the button. Okay. And last but not least, we're going to go ahead and round it. So now if I look at it, it looks nice and rounded. Yeah. So this looks very, very nice. Now our nav bar, our headers are looking pretty much exactly the same, right? Our headers look identical. The next thing that we will work on is we'll work on adding the banner and these divider like lines that you can see, these black divider lines. So we'll go ahead and add that next. All right, now that we added the header, the next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and add the banner for this app. So if I go here, I'm looking at the banner. The banner looks very clean. It looks very nice. And in my mind, it's a separate component because when I see this, I see banner.js. So it's going to be its own component. So let's go ahead to our app and create a new file and we'll call it banner.js. Okay. We're going to const banner and we'll just say return and we're going to say h1 banner for now. And we'll go ahead and export default banner. And let's go back to our other file, our index.js file. And let's go ahead and import. Let's remove this line styles. We don't need it. Let's import not header, but rather we're going to go ahead and import banner. Okay. And make sure that you say banner right there. Okay. So now what we can actually do is go ahead and paste this, but just replace that with banner. So now we have two components here. We have a header component and we have a banner component. Now this error that we're getting over here, this error is basically saying, hey, we need something that wraps up. We need a parent. These are just children. These are just little children, right? They're running around on their own, butt naked, confused, lost, running out on the street. So we need a parent, and we can have a parent div, or you could have a parent div that's actually even empty. And if you click this button right over here, it will actually format all the code for you. So let's go ahead. Boom. So now we can see that our banner is showing up. Okay. You can go back here and take a look at it as well. Now let's go ahead and actually code up our banner, or you can just command click it and it'll actually take you to that file. That's another cool feature. So let's go ahead and remove, we don't need this actually we can leave this to be H1, and I'm going to change this with stay curious. There we go. All right. So now we have a H1 that says stay curious right there. Now we need to style this. So with Tailwind, what's nice is you could also just inline style it if it's, which is very easy to do. And we can actually just go ahead and give it max width so it could take up a lot of space. And then I'm going to go ahead and give it a text size of 6 rem. So it's going to be pretty big text. And then for font, I want to give it medium serif. There we go. Medium serif. I did not spell serif correctly. Okay. And if at any point we don't have any of these fonts, we can very easily go ahead and add them. Now in Tailwind CSS, so a couple of things, right? We already have assets. In assets, we already have these fonts right over here. We have charter italic and we have charter regular.tff. So I'm going to do a little trick. And what I want to do is inside of this theme, I want to add another property. And so we have extend as one property, right? We're going to add another one, and I'm going to call this font family. And within font family, I'm going to create a new property and we're going to call it sans. Okay. So we have a bunch of these properties. Now I'm not going to write every single one of them by hand because that'll take too much time. So I'll just copy paste these 3 properties that will also give you access to as well. Let's put a comma right there so it stops erroring. Paste. Boom. So all I've done is I've pasted sans property, serif property, and mono property. So those are the 3 things I added. Okay. And sans has its own things. Serif has its own fonts and Mono has its own fonts. Now, if you are like, hey, I don't want to sit down and pause the video and write this, that's okay. In the description below, we will go ahead and link in the YouTube video, right? We'll link the final project as a REPL. So you can go ahead, the final solution of the project, and you can also just fork that. And then you're going to get access to this completed final version, and you can copy this file and paste it over your tailwind.config.js. Or you can just manually write these 20, 30 lines. It's not too bad, honestly. All right. And then the next things that we just need are, let's go right underneath here. And I'm going to say medium, serif, italic. And then we're going to say charter, italic. And then we're going to go medium serif. And we'll just go charter. Okay, just like that. So that's really all that we need here. And now our server should start running. Our server is having some errors. Let's take a look at what's going on. So one thing we can always try whenever our server is giving errors like these. Oh, did we actually wrap font family? Yes, I believe. Yeah, we did. We closed it. So whenever we're having errors like this, just close your server. So just hit Control-C. All right. And then what you can do, is just hit up, and then you can just do yarn dev. Okay, let me hit Control-C, and I'm just going to do yarn dev. So just restart your server. If your server is ever giving you problems, just do that. That should take care of it. All right, perfect. So now if we actually look at our fonts, now our fonts actually look very similar to the font that we're going to have in the final version of the app. So our fonts are actually looking very similar. Stay curious, stay curious. So that was a little trick to be able to just get the nice fonts in one go. All right, so there we go. We got the font, okay? If you didn't get the font, honestly, it's not that big a deal. You could just build the rest of the app with just the font that you do have. Not that crazy. But how I know that the font has updated is the S's now have that little hook type of thing, and the C's as well, right? And the U's. So that's really the main difference, okay? Cool. So next up, what we're actually going to do is we're going to write a new line underneath this. And this is going to be an H3. Okay, let's make sure we end it. Let's put everything inside of a div. So we have a parent and this div. And really what we're doing here inside of this is if we go to the final version, we have discover stories, thinking, and expertise from writers on any topic. So I'm going to copy that text. We're going to go inside of this H3. And I'm just going to go ahead and paste it inside of this H3. Now, if we go to our app, it says it right there. But what I want to do is I want to style this. And I want to do inline styling here. And what I want to say is just, hey, make the text large. All right. So let's go back. And now the text is larger than it was before. Boom. Just keep this here for now so everything is bigger for you to look at. Okay. So that takes care of our text. Now, what are other things that we actually need to add? We need to add where it says start reading. So right underneath this H3, I'm going to add let's keep it in the same div. I'll add a button, and on this button, I will say start reading. So now you should actually see a button right here. It doesn't really have any styling yet, but it is a button because when I hover over it, my mouse gets a pointer. The styling that I want to actually give it is the same styling that I gave my accented button. Okay, so what we can do is let's create a new styles right here. So I'm going to say const styles, and we'll create accented button, and it'll be the same accented button that we had in our other file. So let's simply go back to our header.js file. So I'm going to go back to our header.js. And sometimes if this happens with your replit where it takes a very long time to load, either just wait. So if you wait like 20, 30 seconds or whatever, it'll fix itself. Or what I recommend is you highlight all of your code and copy it. That way, if you hit refresh and you lose all your data, you can come back and just paste it back in that file. So there's really two ways that you could go about this. All right, so I'm going to go into our header file and let's copy our accented button. Let's come back to banner, and I'm just going to paste that accented button right over here. So I'm going to say class name equals styles.accented button. That's where we're getting the style from. And let's go look at it. And now we can actually see that it says start reading. Looks pretty good. Now we want to give it some more styling, right? So for example, we want like this guy and this guy right here to have some spacing. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is this div that we have right outside of our, like really the content that we have. Let's go ahead and go class name, and we'll do some inline styling, and I'll say space, and let's give Y5. So you can see that I'm giving vertical 5 space in between each of these elements, right? The H1 tag, this guy right here, and then our start reading button. So now it has some breathing room, but what we need to do is we also need to be able to add this like background image. And yeah, so how do we do that? Now let's create another div, because what I want to do is I also want to have an image. So we created a div for this guy, but now I want to create a div for both of these guys, right? Like the whole thing. So that's going to be our content div. So let's go here. I'll say div. Let's go all the way down. I will go like that. We don't need the end tag. Just do slash right here. Let's make it pretty. And I'm going to call this styles.content. Okay. Because that's where my content is going to go. Okay. Now inside of this content div, let's add our image. So I'm going to say image. Okay. And we need to import image. So I'm going to say import image from next/image. Okay. And I always have this habit of copying everything, because that way, if you need access to it, something crashes, you can always go back and get access to it. We're going to make it a self-closing tag, and we need to give our image tag, our image component, some properties. So source, we're going to give it logo.source. Okay. And where are we going to get the logo from? We're basically going to say import logo from, and really what we're getting here is the banner. Okay. So we're going to say, hey, get it from static banner.png. Okay. And we're getting some errors now. Must use width and height. So fine. Let's add a width, and we'll say width is 500, and we'll say height is 400. Okay. So now we added width and height. Let's see if it shows up. Yes, it does. Refresh. Great. Our image is showing up right over here. We want this image to show up here. Cool. So our image is doing its thing. Now let's style our image. So I'm going to go ahead and style it. We're going to give it a height of 32. Okay. I'm going to do a inline flex on it. Okay. And then what I want to do is make sure I do object contain, and really object contain will just make sure that the resolution of this is really high, so it's not disproportionate. And then I just want to do flex 1 on this. Okay. So we're going to leave this right here. Now you're probably wondering, hey, this is still not getting styled. It's because we need to actually style our content div as well. We haven't done that. So let's go at the top and create a styling first. I'm going to say content. And for our content, we're going to go max. We're going to give it a big max for our content. And then we're going to give it flex 1, and everything inside of it, we're going to give it flex. So that way this image, boom, pops up to the right-hand side, just like it did right now. Okay, what other things do we need? We're going to need to make sure that we center everything, because this is too close to the top. So we're going to move it down. And then another thing we need to do is make sure that there's an equal spacing between these two. So we're going to go ahead and say justify between. Okay. So that's just going to make sure that there's like, boom, proper spacing between them. So this is the content. Now, the last one that we need to add really is the wrapper outside of all of that. Okay. So the wrapper outside of that. So let's go ahead, create another div. Let's go all the way down, and we're going to close that div. Okay, and then this div, we're going to give it a class name. We're going to say styles.wrapper. Then we're just going to create a new property here. We're going to say wrapper, and we're going to give it a max of 10 and make it flex. Okay. Now we're going to style that wrapper. And once we start styling that wrapper, you'll see that these things will start to come together nicely. Okay, so we're going to give it a max height. Now we want to do item center, and we'll also do justify center. So justify center should do what we want it to do. Okay, so let's take a look here. Okay, styles.wrapper. Okay, and let's go ahead and add some color on here too. So what I'm going to say is I'm just going to say background, and we're going to give it a color, and I'm going to say FCC 017. This is the specific orange that we actually need. So there we go. We now got that orange in the back. I'm going to say border Y. Okay, so now we have a little bit of a border action going on. Okay, so you saw that it added that little border right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that border Y. And then we're gonna say border black. So that way we can make it black. Boom, just like that. So now we have borders on the Y-axis, right? Now over here on line 14, where we give space between the Y's, let's add some padding on the X-axis. And what the padding will really do is it will just add a pad right here. And what that will do for the content is it'll force it to push in. It'll force it to go this way. Okay. So content will come in together. So I'm going to say padding of 10. Okay. And that will bring our content together. And then I'm just going to say flex of, I want a flex of 3 here. Okay. Great. So now this is looking more like the final version that we have, right? If we had the final version in 200%, these look very similar, as you can see. So that's really good. This is really the look that we're going for. So this is totally fine. So at this point, our header and our banner is completely done. All right, now what we want to do is let's make this component right over here. This component right here, we will be calling this Postcard.js. All right, that's the component we're going to make. So let's go ahead and get to it. So I'm going to go in here. We will make a new file. This will be called Postcard.js, just like that. Okay. And Postcard.js, there's a lot of dynamic stuff that's happening. We're going to start with the non-dynamic parts right now. We're just going to hard code everything. And then afterwards, we're going to make it dynamic. So first thing we're just going to do is we're just going to go ahead and say const postcard. All right. And make sure to return. And then in this return, I will just add an H1. I'll say hello. And at the bottom here, I'm going to say export the default postcard. And now let's go into our index.js and let's import the postcard card. Okay. And let's go ahead here and we're going to say postcard just like this. And let's make sure that postcard hello or whatever we wrote does actually show up underneath here. If it doesn't, that's a problem. Okay. Now, one reason it's possible it's not, why is it actually not showing? Let's see. Let's write it a bunch of times. Let's make a div here, div, and let's go ahead and paste this a few times in there and let's make it pretty. Okay. Still not showing up. Because our server died for whatever reason. Not sure why that happens, but our server is dead. So let's go ahead and rerun our server. So let's make sure we're in the right folder. It's medium CP. And then let's go ahead and let's do yarn dev. All right. Now let's go take a look. Let's refresh. And if our server is running correctly, yep, we see hello here about 5 times. Now we don't need this to say hello. Instead, what we need to do is we need it to say a couple of things. We need it to say the author's name. Okay. So we're going to have a author container. So let's go ahead and actually start even putting this in styles. Okay, so I'm going to have a author container. Okay, what else am I going to have? I'm going to have an author container that's going to contain this. Then I'm going to have an author image container that's going to contain the image. Okay, author image container. Let's just leave it empty for now. Let's leave all of these empty. Or just, let's make it a tilde instead of quotes. Okay, unavailable. Interesting. Let's hit refresh. Boom. There we go. It's back. All right. Then we're also going to have this post details, right? So post details might be all of the details that we have here. All right. So if we actually look at this component right over here, okay, on the left-hand side are all of our post details. We're going to call this post details. Okay. This is going to be probably the class name, I imagine. Okay. Right there. It's going to be the class name. And then the class name of this is going to be different. All right. But for now, that's what's important to know. So this is what, when I say post details, this is what I'm referring to. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove that. Let's go back to our app and let's go and add styling for this post details. Give it some styling. Put a little comma here. Cool. Okay. Let's refresh. Make sure our app is up and running. All right. Let's go ahead and get started with some of this stuff. So we need images, right? We need the author image. For now, we'll just use like a Medium logo or something as an author image. So how did we get the logo? It's simply like this. So we're just going to use that. So let's import it all the way at the top. So we're going to use that. We'll also need access to image. So remember, whenever we need access to image, we say import image from next/image. So we're going to need access to image as well. Okay. And instead of having this h1 here, I'm going to have an image, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. And then we're going to give this image some property. Okay. And the properties that I'm going to give it are, I'm going to say source is logo, and then class name. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do another style, which is going to be the styling of the author's image. So let's create another style right here. We'll call it author image. So we'll do styles.author image, just like that. Okay. And let's see, boom, like that entire logo is showing up as the author image. Okay. Now, of course, we're going to need to make it a lot smaller because right now it's massive. It's like way too big. We don't really want it looking this big because that'd be silly if somebody came to your site and was like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why does your stuff look like this? Get rid of it. Let's go height and let's make it 40/40. So now it's going to actually make it a lot smaller, as you can see, right? Now, of course, it looks squished and doesn't really look how you want it to look, but this is fine for now. If I zoom in, looks pretty darn squished right there, but that's okay. It's normal. Okay, for now, it's okay. All right, so that's our author image. Now, when we have our author image, we need to have the author name right next to it as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so in this image, we need to make sure that we actually put it in our author image container. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to say class name. I'm going to go ahead and say styles.author image container. Okay, because that's our image. Okay, let's wrap this whole thing up into a author. So let's go ahead and let's go class name, and I'm going to say styles.author container. Okay, so this is the container that contains all the stuff about the author. Okay, let's go ahead and format it. Now, within this author container, let's go down here. We're going to go ahead and add the author name. Okay, so I'm going to say div, and we'll say class name, and I'm going to say styles.author name. So we're going to style the author name as well. So let's put that at the top and just leave it blank for now because we're going to be styling this soon enough. And for the author name, I'm just going to say Rafik Hazi for now. You can say whatever you want, whatever your name is. So you should see a logo. Let me move that so it's out of the way. So on the left-hand side, you should see a logo and you should see a name. Okay, those are the things that are containing the author details right now. Now, the next thing that we need to add is, of course, this title. But let's go ahead and style our author stuff so at least that looks somewhat reasonable. So let's go and style our author name. Okay, and for our author name, it's going to be very simple. We're just going to say font semi-bold. So if you look at this font, now it just became semi-bold. That's exactly like how this one is. So our font, as far as we're considered with the font, that's good. And we now need to make our images these circular images. So let's work on our author image style. So we're going to say object cover. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to give it that little circular style. So we're going to give that circular style to the image container rather than the image itself. So for the container, I'm going to say grid, and I'll place items in the center, and then we'll give it rounded full, and we'll say, hey, make sure to hide the overflow. We'll give it a certain height, and then we'll give it a certain width. Okay. And now if we go look, you can see that it's like the circular medium image. This is probably not the best image to have here, that like logo that we have, but it does the trick for now. So that's the image right there, and that's our font. Now what we want it to be is we want it to be side by side like this. But if you look at ours, it's not side by side. The image is above and then the text is underneath. And that's not what we want. We want the text to be side by side. So what we can do now is we can add that to the author container. So I can actually just say, hey, give me flex, and then we'll have a certain gap. Okay, and then let's go back, and you can see, boom, right there, we added flex. So now we have the author stuff showing up like the way that we want it to show up. That's good. So the author stuff is showing up good. The next thing that I want, now that the author stuff is done, I want the title of the article. So let's go ahead and work on the title of the article. Okay. Now, if I look at the styling of this, to me, this styling looks like we have bold font, and then we have large. We also have like font that's large. So we can actually just go ahead and create the styling right now. So let's go ahead here, and I'm going to say title. Okay. And for my title, I'm just going to say font bold, and we're going to make it 2XL. Okay. Now we need to actually write this title. So where will this title go? This title will most likely go underneath our author container. Okay. So once we're outside of our author container, but still inside of our post details, that's where we'll go. So let's wrap this entire thing inside of a class name, and we'll call this styles.post details. Okay. And let's end the div right here. Okay. Let's do this. Boom. So author is going to go within this. Now I can write an H1, or sorry, not author, but the title. My apologies. Okay. The title. And within this H1, I can say, hey, give me the title style. And for the title, we can write the title that's right here. 7 free tools that will make you more productive. So let's paste that in 2022. Let's take a look. 7 free tools that will make you more productive. So now the fonts look similar, and that's good. Now I need this other style right here. Productivity is a skill that can be learned. Now, when I look at that, looks like there isn't any much styling besides that there is a certain color, and that color is like this grayish color. So all we need to do is for this briefing, right? So this is where we'll just call this thing briefing right over here. So for that briefing, sorry, let's go back. For that briefing right here, we're going to give it this light grayish color. So let's go back. I'll say briefing, and that light grayish color is, and we'll go 787, 87878, just like that. That's our briefing. So now let's go and write that brief right underneath that H1. So we're going to have a div, and we'll give it a styles.briefing, and we'll simply say whatever's in the briefing. So I will go and copy this. Productivity is a skill that can be learned. Copied, paste. Okay. Cool. You can see the final version of the app, by the way, by going to this exact URL. Okay. Or you can go to that final solution REPL that we have, fork that, and then you can like have your own deployed final working app, and you can just be seeing the final version and then build it from scratch. Okay. So there you go. Productivity is a skill that can be learned. So that's showing up. And now all we need is this thing at the bottom. Okay. So this is right underneath the brief. And this is, these are the, we'll call these like the article details. These will be the article details. And these article details right here will have a, we'll put it in a details container. So it'll be inside of a details container. I know that's really hard to see because that happened to be yellow. So I'll just put that here. It's going to be inside of a details container. And then we're going to have a span tag. That's going to be article details. And that's what we will style. Okay. So we'll style all of this. Okay, so we'll have your, how many minutes is the read, the date, what is productivity, or what's the tag. That's going to be visible right there. Cool. So let's go ahead and add that in now. So I'm going to need my details container, just blank, and then I'm going article. Great. Okay, and let's leave this blank for now. So let's go down. And where is this going to be? This is going to be most likely inside of post details, but outside of like author container and everything. So it's going to be right now, the outermost div, and we'll go ahead and start putting those details in. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a span tag here. And within the span tag, I'll simply just write the date. So let's just say June 15. And to put that dot, I did Option and 8 on my keyboard. But if you need the dot, you can also just try to copy it from here because it's right there, or try to see how you can do it on Windows. I'm not sure how you do it on Windows, but on Mac, it's Option 8. So June 15th. So you can see that it says June 15th right here. So we go June 15th, and I'll say 5-min read, and I'll put another one of these dots, 5-min read, and I'll say productivity. Boom. Okay. So I have all of those things there. And now let's look. I have them in my app now, not just a final version, but my app has that now. And now we actually need to style it. So what I imagine is probably it's going to be some small font. It's going to be like a gray color. This is probably going to have a background color behind it with the border radius. So I'm already like picturing in my mind the styling. So as front-end developers, it's very important to visualize and imagine what it's going to look like and imagine kind of the code or what the logic behind it before you start coding, because then it's going to make your life simpler. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the styling for that. Let's also put productive in its own span tag because it's going to need a different style than all the other guys. Okay, and for the productive span tag, we're going to just call it, we're going to say class name, and I'm going to say styles.category. Okay, just like that. So now we can actually go ahead and create a category class. And like I said, this is probably going to have some kind of background color. So let's go ahead and give category a background color of that like grayish thing, the grayish color. We're going to give it some padding, and then we're going to make it rounded full. So now if we go look, our productivity is looking very similar to the other productivity, right? The final version. Great. Now we have pretty much all of these in a span tag, and let's go look at the name of that span tag. We don't have a class name for the topmost span tag. So let's go and make sure we give it a name. So I'm going to call this, we're going to call it styles.article details. Okay. And now we need to style our article details. So for our article details, we're going to give it a margin, vertical margin of 2. And then we're going to give it a text size of that right there. Okay, let's go and check. So basically we gave it a smaller text size. So now it's looking good. And we're going to need to make it a little bit gray. So since we have this, div right over here with the title and everything, we need to actually put all of this article detail stuff in a details container. Okay, so let's go and make a div. We'll say class name styles.details container, and we're going to put this entire thing inside of that div. Let's make it pretty. Okay, beautiful. Now details container, we're going to go ahead and give it a style. And once we style this, everything is going to look perfect. Okay, so let's make sure that we have this flex. We're going to go item center. So that'll centralize these items vertically. Okay. Then we'll go justify between, so there is enough spacing between all of them. Okay, so we got justify between going on here. And then we're going to give it a text color. So let's close that. And the text color is going to be 787878. Okay, and that's going to be that light hint of a gray. And there we go. Okay, so now it's starting to look very similar, right? Pretty much the whole thing is good to go. The only thing we really need is a bookmark. And so if we want to get the bookmark, we can get that from React icons and install React icons. Okay, let's look at it and let's see what's the easiest way to install React icons. So when I looked it up, I get this npm. We can also just do yarn add React -icons. Okay, just like this. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go back and let's exit. So let's do Control-C. So we get out of our little mode. Okay, and now I'm going to paste that. So we're going to do yarn add React icons. So we'll add the icons basically, okay? And then we'll be able to get access to them. And then we'll simply just import the React icons. And why we're trying to do this is so we could have this bookmark right over here, okay? That's the only reason. Okay, so it's going to take a second to install. Let's wait for the install to finish. Okay, so the installation has finished. Now we can use React icons. And I need the bookmark. So I'm going to say import fi bookmark, and we'll say from React icons and /fi. This is the bookmark that I need. Let's go all the way down. And this bookmark, I'm going to add it in its own span tag. So right underneath here, okay, within the post details or the article, details container, we'll put this within the details container. And I'm going to add a span tag. Okay. And the style of this will be bookmark container. So we'll style this in a second, container. All right. And then within these span tags, what I'm going to say is we're going to add the bookmark and we're going to give it a class name and we'll just style it inline. So I'm going to say height of 5 and width of 5. And that's it. Just end it for me, please. Okay, let's go look. And pretty soon, once we style it, we should have our bookmark actually showing up. So let's go and get our bookmark working. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and style this now in bookmark container. So I'm going to copy this bookmark container. Let's go here and paste it. All right. So for my bookmark container, I really just need cursor pointer. I don't really need anything else. Cursor pointer. Okay. And now we need to actually run our app. Okay. So we need to run that. So make sure to do yarn dev. Okay. Once you install everything. And now the server will start running and we'll be able to see the updates. So if the bookmark, if you have the bookmark, that bookmark should show up. So you can see that I actually have a bookmark, but it's all the way. If I zoom out, you can see it's like right there. Like you see that? It's to the left of me. It's weird, huh? It's right there. So that bookmark is all the way at the end. How we're going to solve for that is once we add this image thing. So what we want to do is probably add a container around it, then push these things in. So they're right here. And then once we get this image, it'll push the bookmark all the way here. Okay, so once we like make our boxes and containers and then we push the image, that'll move the bookmark in. So for now, it's looking really good. I got the post details or whatever it's called, article details. We're pretty much done with the article details. Now all we need is we need that image to show up on the right-hand side, and then we need to actually start containing it because right now just running all the way across, and we need to put all of these in a container. So now we're going to get outside of the post details, right? So we're not going to be putting this inside of the post details. That wouldn't, or actually, sorry, my bad. Yeah. So like I had said earlier, post details was this part, right? This whole part is post details. So this image is actually going to be outside of post details. All right. So at this point, what we need to do is we actually need to make a wrapper. So let's make a div. All right. And we're going to say class name, and I'm going to say styles.wrapper here. All right. And then let's wrap this entire thing in that wrapper. So I'll say div. Okay. Let's hit that prettier so it formats it. And inside of that wrapper, I'm going to go ahead and add our image. Okay. So we're going to say div here. And then inside of this div, we're going to have our thumbnail container. All right. Boom. There we go. Or sorry, this div actually right here. And I'm going to go ahead and say class name is going to be styles.thumbnail container. So we're going to create that thumbnail container. Okay. So that's going to be that image container. We're going to style that. And now let's go ahead and put the image. Okay. So this image we're going to get some image from at a later point. Right now, let's just use the medium image, but later we'll use different images. So I'm going to say height is 100, width is 100, and then source is just logo for now. Okay. So you can see that image is actually showing up at the bottom right there. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure the thumbnail container has the proper styling, but more importantly, we need to also make sure the wrapper has proper styling. So let's go ahead and create our wrapper and let's give it proper styling. So then everything is in flex mode. So like literally, if I even just write flex here, that should do some of the trick. So boom, the medium showed up, right? The bookmark is showing up right here. So it's already starting to look good, but we have a couple of things to do. So we're going to give it a max width of 46 rem. Okay. So then that way the width will never increase above this. All right. We're going to give it a height of 10 rem. So we're making sure that it has a set width and a set height. Okay. And let's center the items. And this will, again, remember vertically center. So you saw it just gave a little, and then once we have more articles, they'll all look really nice. And then I want to give a gap of 1 rem. Okay. And then cursor pointer. Okay. So this is pretty good for now. We got our wrapper. We got the whole thing coming along really well, basically. Starting to look really nice. And this like big container, we'll add that later. Okay. But for now, you can see that we got these articles showing up. We have the image showing up just like how we want. It looks like we can click in on it. And if we had more of these guys, so here, post details, So starting from post details all the way to the end div, this is just one post that I've selected. If I paste this, now it'll actually start to look like we have two posts, right? Just like that. So you can see that component that we've made is a very nice component. And then we'll be able to actually repeat that component afterwards over and over again. Now, a few things that we haven't styled is we haven't styled our post details. So let's go ahead and make sure that we style our post details. Okay, so for our post details, we're going to give it a certain flex. So we're going to give it a flex of 2.5. We're going to make it flex enabled, and we're going to say, hey, go into columns. All right. And now the benefit of making it be in columns is you'll see that if I actually make that post again, so let's say I highlight all the way from post details and I just start going down and I highlight all the way to this div. And if I post another one, oops. Okay, so let's leave that. Let's go back. So our app doesn't crash for now. We'll do all that fancy stuff later. Okay, for now, let's just keep our app running. So our postcard component now, our postcard component is essentially completed at this point. Okay, it doesn't look perfect, but it's good to go. Now, all we need to do is just add padding on the right-hand side and padding on the left-hand side so that we can push it towards the middle. But outside of that, it looks really good. And we can add multiple articles as well. Okay, so in terms of the postcard component, before making it dynamic where we can pull the data from a database, for now, this looks, so you've made really good progress so far. We have our postcard component pretty much ready to go. Now remember, we need to style it and make it so we can actually see it in the right way. So we need it to come into the screen and not be squished all the way to the left-hand side like this. Where we're going to do that is actually our index.js. So I'm going to hit Command P here. You can hit Control P, and I'm just going to go to my index.js. You could navigate to it too, but I just like hitting the shortcuts. So for our postcard, we're actually going to give it just a little bit of styling. Okay, so then that way we can actually see what everything will look like. Postcard will be wrapped in a couple of divs so that it could get the styling that it needs. Okay, so first thing we're actually going to do is I'm going to put it in a div, and this div, we're going to give it a class name of styles.postList. Because remember, postcard, we're going to have multiple postcards, right? We're not just usually going to have one postcard at any given time. We're going to have multiple. So let's go ahead and put multiple postcards here so that we can actually see them all at the same time. And if your app, for whatever reason, is not running, just all you have to do, make sure is you can kill your server and then you can just start your server again, right? Control C and then just do yarn dev. So I'm going to do that now. Now I'm getting an error that says, hey, styles is not defined. No problem. We're just going to go ahead and define styles and we'll make it empty for now. Okay, cool. Now let's go ahead and refresh and let's see what happens. Great. So we have 3 posts showing up. So this is a really good start. Okay, and they're showing up the right way. Now, this div that we created here, let's go ahead and create styling for it. So I'm going to do post list. And the styling that we're going to give post list is we're going to enable flex and we're going to make it flex column. Going to give a gap of 3, padding of 2, and then we're going to make it, we're going to give it some breakpoints so that it could actually work on mobile devices as well. So I'm going to say grid and calls 2. Then we're going to give it a medium gap of 6. And we're going to give it another breakpoint right here. And grid calls 3. All right. So now on Tailwind, we're telling it, hey, how it should behave when the screen size changes. So when the screen size changes, we're telling it what it needs to do. So now if I change screen sizes here, you can see that it automatically adjusts to the screen sizes and fits right in the screen, just like the way that we would expect it to. So that's a really good sign. So now that we're done with post list, we need to take this and we actually need to wrap it in a container. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's put a div that ends here. I'm going to say class name and we're going to say styles.container. Let's prettify it. And then let's give a container. So for container, I'm going to have let's put a comma up at the top right here, comma. And then put a comma right here so we don't forget. Max, I'm going to max width it Okay, and I'm gonna give it a huge max width, and then we're gonna say flex 1. So that way we can add more things inside of this container. So we've given it a big width. So that way if we want to add in, like if we look at the final version here, we don't really have anything else, but this is still helpful to give it that big container. Okay, so let's go down. And now what we want to do is we want to wrap this container inside of main. So we're going to do that now. Create a div, and we're going to give it a class name of styles.main. Okay, and make sure that this div ends right over here. The whole thing should wrap in there, just like that. All right, now for main, we're going to say, hey, flex, and then just make it justify center. So let's take a look. There we go. So now this, the final one and our one are starting to look a lot more similar. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing that we've done there. Now, what we want to do is we want to also add a wrapper. So this outermost div that we have, instead of making it blank, we can actually make it a div, and we'll give it a class name of styles.wrapper. And let's make sure we end this div at the bottom. Let's prettify it so it's easy to see. And for wrapper, we're just gonna say, we're gonna make it auto. Okay, so we're gonna give it margin on the x-axis, and we're just gonna auto that. Perfect. Okay, so now we have these two that look very similar. So this is a really good place for us to be. So at this point, if we're looking at this, we're done with the first page. This is our app. This is the final app. They look very similar. So in my mind, honestly, we're done with the first page. The only thing I can imagine that we have to work on right now is if I go into this page right here, we need to now work on this page. So this page is going to have multiple components. So taking a look at this right here, these are the 3 components we're going to be building. This over here is going to be our like sidebar, or we can call it reader's nav. So that's going to be that. This middle component right over here, we're going to call it article main. Okay, article main.js. And then on the right hand side right here, this will be, think of it this as our another main component that we're going to build, and this is going to be our recommendations. Okay, we'll call this, yeah, like literally recommendations.js, just like that. So these are the 3 components that we're now going to actually build. And so with that said, let's get to work. All right, these are the 3 components we're going to start working on. The first one we'll start working on with is the reader's nav. So let's start with that component first, and then we'll work our way up to the other components. Let's go back to our app. And of course, what we need to actually add in before we can even start working on this page, right, is we need to add the ability to be able to route to different pages, because now we have to create a whole new page. So the very first thing we're going to do is actually add routes to our app. Okay, so let's start creating a route. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a link. All right, so for example, let's go to our component that we made, postcard. Now remember, postcard should be like a clickable link. So for example, if I click here, it should take me somewhere, right? So this entire postcard right here is a link. So what do I need to do? I need to go to my postcard, and this entire thing, I actually need to wrap it in link. Okay, and wow, I did not know Replit could auto import. That is so cool. So yes, we're getting link from next link. That is right. And then we're going to end this entire thing by ending it with link, just like that. Now let's prettify it so it looks good. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have a link, but what do we need to do? Our link actually needs, hey, where do you want me to send you, right? So it needs an href. So for the href, here's where I'm going to have them go. I'm going to have them go to post, and then whatever the post ID is. But in this case, we're just going to hard code the ID to, let's just say, be 123. Okay, for now, this is going to be a hard coded ID. So we're going to leave it like that. Just 123. Okay, that's where I want them to go when users click. So let's go ahead to our app and let's refresh. Let's make sure it's still running, and let's click a link. Okay, now that I clicked the link, you could see that it tried to take me to post 123, right? It tried to take me to post 123. However, that page does not exist. That's what it says, 404. This page could not be found. So now what do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is we actually need to create this route and create that page. And they make it very easy with Next to be able to create these routes. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that now. So we're going to create something where you can go /post/123. First thing we need to actually do is we need to just create a, inside of our pages, just create a new folder and just call it post. Inside of post, okay, we're going to create a new file. And I'm going to call this file slug.js. Make sure to put the brackets. That's very important. And those brackets are telling, those brackets right there are telling your computer that this is going to be a dynamic link, right? This is going to be a dynamic slug. This is not going to literally say the word slug. It's going to be something like, 1, 2, 3 or whatever. Okay, whatever the user wants to put in. It's going to be some dynamic slug. And now let's zoom out. Okay, and now we're actually going to, put something on this page and make sure that that gets displayed. Okay, so this one is going to be called our post. So I'm going to say const post. Right, we're going to leave this. We're just going to say return h1 post page. Okay, and then we're going to do export default post. Idea here is very simple, which is if I navigate to that slug, it should just show me this page right over here. Okay, that's really it. So let's give this a try and let's see if this works. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to hit click. Boom, look at that. So the routing is already working. We didn't have to use router. We didn't have to add in React router or do any of that crap that we normally have to do. This was incredibly simple and we were able to do it all in just one go, right? We just come to this page and then this page, we just are able to come to this page and then this page just simply renders. So that's very clean. Now that we've added routing to our app, what we're going to do next is really just, actually start creating those components that we're talking about. Components such as this reader's nav, the article main, and then the recommendations on the right-hand side. Okay, so let's start with the reader's nav right here first. So what we're going to do is let's just pop in and I'm just going to say reader's nav, okay, and close it. And then I will say import reader's nav from, and then we're just going to need to give it where it's at. So I'm going to say components/reader's nav, just like that. This H1, we don't need it anymore. And we're going to create this component inside of our components. So inside of our components, you can, if you want to keep this really clean, you could even actually create a new folder where you put all your article related components in there. But for now, we'll keep it simple and we'll just say add file. This will be readersnav.js. Okay. And then in this reader's nav, remember, we're going to just do reader's nav. Make sure that we export this, export default readers. Okay. So we're going to export this and we're simply going to say return. And I'm just going to say H1 and I'll say reader's nav. So now when we navigate to that page, it should actually just read out reader's nav, post 123. Now I can really navigate to any URL. Okay. I don't need it to be post 123. I can go to I can go to post Malone if I want, and it'll still read me reader's nav. So right now, as of now, that slug route, that's dynamic. So it expects /post because that's what we named the folder. And then for this, it's just a dynamic slug. So this part could be really anything. All right, cool. So now that we have reader's nav here, we can actually start building reader's nav. Okay, so for reader's nav, we're going to need a bunch of logos. We should get access to them now. And just so we can actually go a little bit faster on this, I'm going to paste some of these right here because these are just logos that you're going to need access to, okay? Icons and logos. So we're going to need a small logo. We're going to need a outline home logo. We're going to need a FI bell, bookmarks, article line, and a pencil square, okay? Because those are all the things, all the icons that go on this left-hand side. Cool. And make sure you have React-icons installed. If you don't, you could install it right now using their packages, or you could just install it in the command line in the shell and just do yarn add and then boom, add it. We're going to need image we have a Kazi image as well. So we're going to get access to that too. So I'll just do import Kazi from static Kazi. Okay. And then last two things we're going to need access to is we're going to need access to be able to add an image. So I'm going to say from next/image. And then I'll also need to be able to have routing access from here. So we're going to say from next/link. Perfect. So with the reader's nav, that's kind of it so far. Let's start with adding our images. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and instead of this H1 right here, I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And we're simply going to add an image that's going to be a self-closing tag. And the image source is going to be our small logo. And that's really it. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at this page and let's see if it's showing us anything. So our small logo is looking pretty freaking massive right now. And sometimes that happens because we haven't styled it. So once we style our logos, it'll look fine. Okay. So that's because we got to put it in our logo container. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a div and we're going to say class name and I'm going to say styles.logo container. Okay. And we're going to wrap this div inside of that. All right. And now what we can do is go ahead and create styles. So I'm going to say const styles. And we can say logo container, whoops, logo container, put a comma here. And for our logo container, we're simply going to go cursor pointer. Okay, so our logo container is going to be relatively simple. Another thing that we actually need to wrap this in is a link. So when we actually click any of these icons, they should just take us back to, the home. So just so you can understand what we're doing right now, we're trying to build this part of the nav bar. And when you click this, it takes you back home. So all we want to do is we want to go here, wrap it in link. And I want to say href. And I'm going to give it a very simple href of, hey, just take me home. And we're going to finish wrapping it in link right there. Okay. And then this entire thing is going to be wrapped in a wrapper. So class name, and I'll say styles.wrapper. And then we'll end the div right here. Boom, let's do this. Okay, now let's go ahead and style our wrapper as well. So for our wrapper, I'm gonna give it a width of 5 rem. We're gonna make sure that the height runs along the entire screen. We're gonna enable flex and make it flex column. Let's justify the wrapper in between. And I want my items to be in the center and with a padding of 1 rem. Okay, all right, there we go. So now, you can see that it's looking closer to the final version and it looks nice. So we got our wrapper and we have our logo container and that's really helping the icon, you know, become like a smaller sized icon. Okay. Now underneath this link, we're going to create an icons container. So I'm going to say div, and we're going to give it a class name of styles.icons container. And then inside of this div right here, we're going to add in all of our icons. So we'll add our outline home, we'll add our bell, we'll add our bookmarks, I'll add our article line, we're going to add a divider, and then we're going to add the pencil square. So now if we go here, you can see, boom, all of our icons are actually showing up. So far, so good. Boom, everything is showing up. All right, I just changed the screen up a little bit so you can see the code a lot easier. And now I can even be huge and we can code together. Okay, but I'm not gonna do that. Perfect, so we have our icons container. Now, obviously we have to style our icons container, which is why they all look a little bit funny. So let's go ahead and create the styling for our icons container. So I'm gonna say icons container. Let's make sure to put a comma right there so it doesn't error out. We'll give it flex 1. We'll give it flex and flex column. Okay. And now you can already see that because of flex column, right, they're going up and down instead of side to side. I want to justify center it. Okay. And now that vertically centers it. That's what justify center does. We're going to give it a gap of 1.4 rem. Okay. And there you go. That added a nice little gap between each. My text, I want to make it a little bit large. Okay, so these icons look nice and big. And then I want to make them gray, right? So that's going to be our 78787878787878. That's that. Okay, now they're like gray. So the nav bar is coming together pretty nice, right? I had it at 250%, which is why it was looking kind of ridiculous. But if I have it at 175%, this looks more like our final version of the app. Okay, I'll put our final version of the app right here. So in that way, we could see roughly what it looks like, okay? I've just made it a lot smaller so we could see the whole thing at once. Okay, so our icons container, that looks good. All right, so far we made good progress on this. All we need here is a profile image container all the way at the bottom, if you could see that. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So what I wanna do is I want to create a new div right over here, and I'm gonna say div, and then we'll say class name, and I'm gonna say profile image container. Okay, it's gonna be a profile image container. Now within this, we'll add in an image. Let's make it a self-closing tag, and then we'll give this image certain properties. Okay, so this image will have class name, and the styles will be profile image. So we'll create these styles, don't worry, these two right here, and the divider style, because we haven't made that yet. Source will be Kazi, because we already got access to that, and that's really it. So let's go back up. Let's create the style for our divider, because we hadn't done that. Let's put a comma right there. Now, you can see that my image is already showing up, okay? Let's style the divider. Divider is gonna be very simple. It's just gonna have a border, like a little black border. So it's right there, very easy to see. Then underneath the divider, what we wanna do is we wanna add our profile image container. So let's style the image first. So let's go profile image, and we're simply gonna say object cover. This will make sure that it's like pixel, like very good. It looks good and it fits in the middle. And then I'm going to say profile image container. All right, let's put a comma right here. And now profile image container, we're going to give it a width of 2.4 rem. Okay, so now basically like that image is smaller. Profile image container, yep. So that image is now smaller. We're going to give it a height, same height, okay, because we want it to be like a square. Great. And then we want to make sure that it's rounded full. So it's going to now make it like a circular image. Okay. Profile image container, div, and then that div just ends right there. Perfect. Okay. And then the other things we want to do is we want to say, hey, overflow on this bad boy. Let's hide it. Okay. And then we're going to place items in the center. Cool. So there you go. Now you can see that image actually looks very good. Like, whoops, it's not what I meant to do. My apologies. Let's go back here. Let's do that. All I was trying to do is show you guys that image. So you can see that that image looks very, very good. Now let's zoom out. With that said, our reader's nav is essentially done, right? If we look at this reader's nav and our reader's nav, they look pretty darn similar. They actually look exactly the same. So our reader nav is done. The next thing we're going to work on is this recommendations component. So let's go ahead and work on that. And then the last thing we're going to work on is this one, because that's the big boy. So we're going to get the big boy at the end. All right, let's get to work on recommendations. So the first thing I'm going to do, obviously, is I'm going to make a new component. It's going to be called recommendations.js. And we're just going to get that recommendations component to show up. So let's go inside of our pages and let's go into posts and slug. And here, I just want that component to show up that I just created, recommendations. Okay. So I'm going to say recommendations, end it, and we're also going to import it. Okay, so let's go and say import recommendations from components recommendations. Okay, just like that. And then all this is complaining about here is it just needs to be wrapped up in a div. So let's wrap this up in a div. Cool. Now let's go to our recommendations component, and we're just going to say const recommendations, and I'll say return, and we'll just return recommendations. Okay, so that's all it'll say. And I'll say export default recommendations. So this is just making a connection between the components and the files and making sure that things are going in the right place. All right, so let's see if that is showing up anywhere. So this server is loading right now is what the logo is telling me. So let's go ahead and see, because if sometimes it doesn't load, it means your server is having problems. So I'm going to drag this here and see what's happening. So it says it's waking up right now. Okay, no worries. So let's just cd into medium cp, and then let's just do yarn dev. Okay, and now basically I've woken it up. Okay, so if that ever happens, just do that. and then you should be good to go. All right, we're gonna call this the YouTube CP medium with Next.js. And I don't need this note on this REPL. Perfect. So this is going to be the final version. All right. This will be the link that will drop for you guys in the YouTube description so you can get access to it. All right. For some reason, it crashed again. So we're just going to CD into Medium and then do yarn def. Just always make sure to CD into Medium and then it should be good to go. And now that I've done it, it should be working now. And let's wait for it to refresh. Okay. It's refreshing. Great. Now, for whatever reason, our recommendations hasn't shown up yet. So let's take a look what's happening. So here's what the problem is. Our recommendations is actually showing up, but it's showing up all the way at the bottom here. So that's why it's actually really hard to see it. So we need to make sure that the recommendations goes in the right place. So let's go to our slug here and let's take this div and turn it into, we're going to say styles.content. All right. And we'll go here. Okay. That's weird. Okay. Let's go const styles. And for my styles on this one, I'm going to say content. We'll just make it flex. So there we go. All we're saying is, hey, you're going to show, hey, post page. You're going to have few components like readers nav, recommendations, and then article main. Each of these components, just show them using flex, meaning they should read from left to right instead of top down like a column. That's all. That's why recommendation just popped up here. We just needed to enable flex. With the flex enabled, now they're good to go. Where recommendations is good. Great. Recommendations will take in an author, but we'll work on that later. For now, let's just continue working on the front end part of our recommendations component. For our recommendations, we're going to need access to a couple of logos and icons. So we're going to need access to an image. So because we need to get images from Next, we're going to need access to a AI outline search. We're going to need access to email unread, Replit logo, tutorial image, CP logo, and Kazi logo, and then the JS logo. So these are all the things we're going to need access to. And remember, if you fork this REPL like you were supposed to when you started this tutorial, you can always go in the link in the description, click the REPL that says Medium Starter and fork it. You'll have access to all of these logos because in your static, you should have all of them. JS logo right here. You have your Kazi right there. Right? You have Replit logo right there. So you should have access to all of this stuff. Now, if I look at this final version, you can see on the right-hand side, if I hide myself, you can see the Replit logo. You can see the tutorial logo, and then you can see at the bottom, the JavaScript logo. So let's bring myself back. That's why we need access to all of them. And now, what other things that we need to notice about this? We have get unlimited access. So that's a button. And then we have a search bar. So we're going to start with creating this button. Then we're going to create this search bar right here. Then we need to put this image, then Robsian followers, these two buttons right here, and then this part. Okay. So now let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to just move it right over here so we can see more of it. Beautiful. All right. So we're going to create a div, and then within this div, I'm going to call this my wrapper. Okay, we'll say class name, and we'll say styles.wrapper. Okay, and inside of this div, we're going to have another div, and we'll give it a class name of styles.accented button. This is where our get unlimited access button is going to go. So I'm going to say get unlimited access and do it just like this. All right, and let's take a look. Let's define styles because that's what it's complaining about right now. So let's go and define it. And we're going to say that we have a wrapper. Okay, and we might as well just style our wrapper right now. So our wrapper is going to take over the entire screen height wise. We're going to give it a minimum width of 10 rem. We'll give it a max width of 30 rem. We'll give it a flex of 1.2. And then we'll give it a padding of 2 rem. All right, so get unlimited access. Let's go back to our pages and slug. And all I want to do is add like a dummy component or whatever in the middle. So we can just say div for now, like a self-closing div. Okay, so that way we can represent that we have 3 components. Let's go div, and I will say article main will go here, and let's end this div. Okay, so this is representing that we have 3 components. Great. Make it smaller. All right. So let's go back into our recommendations. We can hit Command P and go recommendations, or just manually go to it. Either one works fine. Okay, so we have our wrapper and we have our accented button. We have to obviously style our accented button. So we're going to go ahead and give it a styling. And then for the styling for the accented button, it's going to be the same styling how we had earlier. So justify center for this one. We're going to give the text small, make sure the background is black, text is white, and there's margin on the y-axis. And then we're going to add some padding on the y-axis, and we'll say, hey, make sure that the rounded is full. So it's fully rounded. So now that's our get unlimited access button. Okay, great. So looks all right so far. Next up, what we're going to add the search bar. So let's go here. I'm going to close this so you have more room to see. And for this, we're going to give it a class name. I'll say styles.searchbar. Okay. And then within this div, we're going to go ahead and put AI outline search. That's the icon that we actually got access to earlier. So you can see that we have the search icon showing up now. Let's take in an input as well right there. And the input is going to have a class name of styles.search input, which we will create later. So don't worry. It'll have a placeholder of search, and the type of this is going to be text. Okay. So now you can see that we can write in here. So we need to style search bar and search. So let's style search bar first. So for search bar, I'm going to go ahead and say, make it flex, of course, make item center. We'll give a gap of 0.6 rem, a height of 2.6 rem. Make sure it'll have a border. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem, and we'll make sure that it's rounded fully. Okay. So now you can see that the search bar is starting to look better, right? Looks actually really freaking good, especially in full screen. Input is looking pretty ugly. So let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm going to go ahead and say search input. Let's put a comma right here so it doesn't complain. All right. So for search input, let's put a comma right there as well. I'm going to say, hey, make sure that there's no border. That alone will make it really good. Make sure there's no outline. Remove any background and give it a full width. So now search input looks really nice. There we go. So just a little bit of styling, and you can see how that just really gives it a refined taste. It makes the app sing, essentially. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to add the author image. So then our author shows up, because that's the next thing. Remember, if I go here, we have the author image, and then we have some author title, and we have how many followers the author has. So let's go ahead and add that image, and we're going to add that image inside of the wrapper. So let's go down here, and time to add our image. Now this image will need to be contained. So we want to have a couple of things actually. First, we want to have a author container that will contain everything regarding the author. Now within that, we're going to have, my apologies, we're going to have author image container, profile image container. A mouthful, but this way we can be very clear about what we're actually building. And this will have an image. We can close it off. And this image that we're going to have is, we can just use the Kazi image for now. So let's just use that, hard code it. And you can see that I'm showing up right there. We'll give it a height of width of 100, and we'll also give it a height of 100. Okay. So now it's looking a little bit better. Now we just need to go ahead and style these. So let's create styles for author container, and we'll also need to create a styling for author profile image container. So let's do that. All right. So as far as my profile image container is concerned, I'm going to give it a height of 5 rem. We're going to give it a width of 5 rem. We're going to make sure it's rounded full, and we're going to hide the overflow on it. So there we go. So now the image is looking good. Now we need to take care of the author container, and all we really need to do is just give it a margin from the top. So it doesn't really touch that search bar, and it just pops down below just like that. There we go. So it's starting to look a lot more like this, right? So our component is starting to look a lot better. Now what we need is, of course, the title. So the it's going to go inside of our author container, but obviously not in our image container. So let's get outside of this container right here. We're going to create a div and we're going to say, hey, for styles, I want you to style it like author name. And I'm just going to say Rafik. Okay. And if it has simple styling, you can also obviously style it inline if you really want to. Really up to you. I like how I style it because the only reason I like styling it this way is because your code remains very organized and you can see what the heck this is. Oh, it's the author name and you get it. This is styling for the author name. When you just have a bunch of Tailwind CSS right here inline, for me, that makes the code pretty unreadable and I have no idea like what's going on. Like I like seeing that search bar. I like seeing it's a search input. It makes the code very readable. So I like this way of doing it. So let's go ahead and we're going to go author name. And for the author name styling, we're going to make the font semi-bold, give margin bottom, just slight margin bottom and slight margin top, more than slight. We're giving it a 1 margin top. Okay. And after the title, what we need is we just need the followers. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say div. And here we're going to give it a styles.author following. And it's just going to say the number of followers. So for now, let's say whatever. I'm just going to hard code some number. Okay. And author following, we'll need to create styling for this as well. And for the author following styling, it's just going to be text. And it's going to be like that gray text that we always use. Okay. So now if I full screen this, you can see, right? 0 followers, 1 million followers. We'll make the F's lowercase. So it really looks like the actual medium one, 1 million followers. Cool. Now we're going to need those green buttons right underneath this. Okay. And the green buttons they are still part of the author container, I imagine. So let's put those buttons right underneath that bad boy. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, create a div, and this div is going to be, we're going to say class name and styles.author actions. And inside of here, we're going to have a button. Okay. And this button is going to have a class name of action button. And then we'll repeat this button again, action button. And the second button is going to have a component inside of it. And it's going to be a self-closing component. It's not going to be a button. It's going to be email unread icon that we want to use. Okay, so it should show up. You can see the email unread icon is right there. And then the first action button here will say follow. Okay, so now we have 2 buttons. Now all we need to do is obviously we need to go ahead and style author actions and we need to style author buttons. So let's go ahead and style author actions. I'm going to make them flex enabled. We'll give it a gap of 0.6 rem. And then we'll give it some margin of 1 rem. There we go. Okay. And now time to style our action button. So I'm going to copy this. Ignore that sound. I apologize. That's so I can focus. Let's go ahead and bring that down. Action button. My action button will have a background color. All right, let's go 1A8917. So now we have a green color behind our action button. We'll make the text white. We'll make sure that it's rounded. So now it'll look cleaner. We have to add some padding to it. So let's go add some padding in each direction. So that's padding horizontal and PY is padding vertical. And we'll make the text small. So it looks very clean. Okay, so you can see that these components are now starting to look very similar. Now we just need this part more for medium and the rest of it that goes underneath. So now at this point, I believe that we're pretty much done with everything that goes inside of our author container. And we're going to basically get outside of our author container. And now we're going to make our recommendation container. So if we look at our author container, it starts right over here. If I scroll down, then it ends right over here. So we're going to get outside of this and make a new div. And this one is going to be styles.recommendation container. All right. And then inside of this recommendation container, we can actually say things like more from medium. So I'm going to give it a class name and we'll say styles.type more from medium. Okay. And honestly, that one doesn't even look like it needs too much styling because it looks just like this. So sometimes we'll give them class names just so it's readable without even really the need to style it or do anything with it. we'll create another div, and this one will be articles container. So this will contain the articles that we want to show. So for the articles, normally what we would do is we would loop through and show each article, but for now, we're just going to show the article. Okay, we're just going to hard code it in. So I'm going to say image, and for the image, let's just use, what do we have? We have the JS logo in here. So let's just use the JS logo for now. Do we have the JS logo? It's capital S. Yes. So let's go capital S, JS logo, and let's give it a couple of things. So it's going to need, for articles container, yep, JS logo. And then right above the JS logo, so let's give it a height of 100 and a width of 100. And let's add another image, and that'll be the image of the author. So I'll just hard code Kazi here. Okay, great. So if I look at the final version here, we have the author image, okay, or the author image right here, the title of the author, and then that image over here on the right-hand side, right behind me, the image of the actual article. So this image, we're going to wrap it inside of another class name, and this class name is going to be a long one. So let's just close the author image first. And this is going to be, we're going to say styles.recommendation author profile image container. So very long name, but don't let that scare you. This is just styling for this guy right here. So let's go ahead and create that styling profile image container. And then we're going to say, hey, give me rounded full with overflow hidden. And let's make it pretty small, 1.4 rem. And then width, give me 1.4 rem. And that's really it. Okay, so that's, now you can see it's a very small little thing, right? So that's where the recommendation for the profile image is going to go. Now we also need to have another wrapper outside of that. Let's prettify it real quick. Where is it? How do I prettify it? That's weird. It just took away the thing to prettify the code. Okay, odd. We'll just pretend like that never happened. Okay, so let's go down here and we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Okay, and the class name here is going to be styles.recommendation author container. And this is everything related to the author is going to go inside of that div. Okay, so I'm going to do this so you can visually see this. Okay, so everything related to the author is going to go inside of this div, and then image container. And I imagine the title of the author, the title, Rafik, your clever programmer, is going to go there too. Cool. Recommendation author container. And then what we need is to put the name of the author. So underneath this image, we need to go ahead and create a new div. And this div will have the class name of styles.recommendation author name. And here we're just going to put the name of the author. So I'll just say Rafik Kazi. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and style this guy, recommendation author name. So this one is going to have, for recommendation author name, we're just going to say text is going to be small. So that's all the styling that we need for that. And then recommendation author container, I believe that we never created styling for this. So let's go ahead and create the styling for that. And for this, we're going to say it's going to be flex. We're going to make the items in the center. And for the gap, we're going to give it a 0.6 rem. Great. So now if I full screen it, this is what it's looking so far. Making good progress. Now we just got to make sure that we can have the article title show up as well. So articles, we have this articles container. Now we need to add the article inside of the article container. Okay, so that's going to be, that's going to be the recommendation title. So let's create another div right underneath this one. And let's see if these guys can go on the same div. That would be easier to read. Okay, perfect. Let's create another div right here. And this div is simply going to say styles dot, and we're going to say recommendation title. So it's going to be the title of the recommended article. And so for now, we'll just copy this article name, or let's copy another article name, like for example, the Ultimate Course Beginners by Clever Programmer. And we'll just pop that title right in there. Okay, everything is hard coded for now. The Ultimate Course for JavaScript Beginners. Okay, and now for recommendation title, do we have that styled? No, we don't. So let's go ahead and style it. So for recommendation title, the styling is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to make the font bold. Okay, that way the font like really pops out. All right. What we need next is we need a recommendation thumbnail container. And that we're actually going to put outside of everything else. Okay, so imagine it like this. Imagine this part right here as the articles container. And then this part here, it's going to be on its own, which is right behind me, this part right here. So we're still going to put it inside of the articles container, but outside of anything to do with the author. Okay, so if I go down right over here, we can put it right within this, right there where that logo is as well. So this logo will be wrapped in recommendation thumbnail container. So I'm going to say class name. Let's make sure that we close the div out first. Boom. I'm going to say styles.recommendation thumbnail container. And then for the image, we are going to style that as well. So for the image, I'm going to say class name is going to be styles.recommendation thumbnail. Okay, that's going to be the styling. Now let's go ahead and style recommendation thumbnail container. And inside of recommendation thumbnail container, I'm going to give it a flex 1 item center. We're going to center. We're going to justify it in the center. We're going to give it a height of 4 rem and a height of 4 rem and a width of 4 rem. Okay, so now it's looking much better. And then we're going to go ahead and style our recommendation thumbnail as well. So let's go ahead and style that. And for our recommendation thumbnail, all we're going to say is object cover. That's it. Okay, we're done with that. And now you're like looking at it and you're like, wait, this looks weird. All we need to play around with now is really the wrappers, right? And the wrapper, we wrap it and we just say, hey, flex, and then this will pop up over here to the right. So let's work on our wrappers now, or containers, whatever you want to really call them, but I'm just calling them wrappers for short. All right, so we have our articles container, but that is actually going to have a couple of things inside of that. Okay, so we're going to wrap everything up in, let's go class name. I'm going to say styles.article content wrapper. Okay, and then we're going to have another div that we're going to do. But first, let's go ahead and cut this out and put this div in the right spot. That's going to be very important. So this article content wrapper is going to pretty much wrap up the entire thing. So we can put that really anywhere we want, just at the end. Okay. And then within this article content wrapper, we're going to have article content. Okay, so let's go class name and we're going to say styles.article. Oh, I misspelled this. Content. And we're going to say article content. Okay. And that's going to wrap everything that has to do with the article. So that's not going to do the recommendation thumbnail. Okay, so let's put that div right over here. All right, now let's go ahead and style our article content wrapper. So I'm going to go here and we're going to style it. So for my article content wrapper, the styling is going to be fairly simple. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, hey, flex item center. We're going to justify it in between. Make sure that the cursor turns into a pointer when I hover over it. And let's give it a vertical margin of 1 rem. Okay, there. Starting to look a little bit better. Don't worry, we'll get that image back too in just a second. Now, the next thing that we have to style is we styled our, where is it? Where'd it go? We styled our article wrapper, right? We styled our article content wrapper. Now we need to style our article content. So let's copy this. Let's go here. And for our article content, we're simply just going to give it a flex of 4. There we go. And now we can see this guy right over here. We can see the title and we can see the image. All right, so it took me like 30 minutes to find the freaking bug of why this is looking like this. And I was like, well, what is going on? I didn't make it like this. Why does it look like garbage? Because what's supposed to happen, right, is the title should go above, or sorry, the author info should go above and the title info should go below. But if you look at this, the author info and the title are in the same line. So it's like, what is going on? It took a while, but then I realized that I took author container information and I wrapped it around even the recommendation title. So I'm not supposed to wrap this around there. So let's just cut this line and move it up until it just wraps the author info. So this should just be wrapping the author info. And once you do that, this should become clean as a whistle. Clean as a whistle. Okay. And now this component that we have is called recommendations, and recommendations can take in info like the author. Okay. So we can actually make the author dynamic already if we wanted to. We could make it where when we get back the author, we can get the image from the author, all of that. Okay. But this destructuring is going to come handy later, not right this second. But this will be super useful because when we're calling this component, we can pass the name of the author, and then everywhere it'll just pull it in there. Where we will get the author info from, including the name and the image, is actually from when the user signs up with Firebase and logs into the application. Upon the authentication of the user, we can extract their info thanks to Firebase. So there you go. Our recommendations is pretty much done. If you want to go ahead and test it, you can go to, which page should we go to? I think we'll go to our slug. So let's go to our slug page. And if you want to test recommendations, we can copy these recommendations and paste them a few times. And then if I look here, you'll be able to see these recommendations. This is the entire recommendations component. That's not what we wanted. We just want this article thing right here to show up multiple times. So once we can actually extract data from Firebase, what we'll do simply is this entire part, we'll wrap it up in a for loop, and then we'll just like loop through it, and then it'll show like each article. Okay, like recommended article. So all good. For now, we are done with recommendations front end, and we can move on and do other things in our life. All right, so now the next thing we want to work on is our article main, which is this bad boy right over here. So let's go ahead and create a new component inside of our components, and I'm gonna call it article main.js, just like that. All right, now that I have this component, we're simply just gonna go ahead and say article main, okay? And this is going to return, and I'm just gonna say h1 article main for now. And then we're just gonna go ahead and export default article main, just like that. Now we're gonna go back to our recommendations. No, sorry, not recommendations. We're gonna go back to our pages, and inside of our pages, we're gonna go inside of slug, and this here will replace with article main. Now we're gonna get an error. That's fine. Just replace here article main, and it will import it in just a second. Okay, great. Now it should say article main right there. Let's go back to article main. Beautiful. Okay, now we're gonna start working on our article main. So let's start speeding up through some of the styling because a little bit of it is getting repetitive. So wrapper, we're gonna have a wrapper for this. And for the wrapper, we're gonna say, hey, give me item center, justify it in the center, okay? And then I want a flex of 3, border left, and a border. Let's wrap that in our class name of styles.wrapper, just like this. Let's go ahead and make sure it's looking good. Okay, there we go. Now article main is taking up really good space, and you can see what the wrapper is looking like and what the wrapper is doing. Now we're gonna wrap it up one more time inside of content, and our content is just gonna say, hey, take up the height of the screen, make sure that there is a scroll on overflow, and make sure that there's a padding of 2 rem. So I'm gonna add another div right here. We're gonna give it a class name, styles.content, and we're gonna wrap this around the whole thing as well. There we go. Okay, so there we have article main, and we have our content, and there's a scroll bar. So now if we have to scroll up and down for articles, we can actually see where to scroll. Like here, if there's an article, we can see the scroll bar, so we can scroll up and down. All right, now over here, we can call this article header or post header, kind of whatever you want. So let's go back to our post, and my apologies. Let's stay in article main, and we'll add a post header. So let's go ahead and do that. I can remove this for now. And we're just gonna go ahead and say div, and I'm gonna say class name, and we'll say styles dot post header container. Okay, so this is gonna be the container. And then inside of this container, we're going to have a couple of other containers. So we're going to have class name styles.author container. And then within that, we're going to have div class name, and we're going to do styles.author profile image container, just like that. All right. And the idea here is we have our post header container, and then we have our author container, and then we have our author profile image container, right? So that's where all the containers are coming from. Now, within that image container, we're going to add in our image. So we're going to go image just like this, and we need to import it from Next. So import image from Next image. And for the image right now, we're going to give it some properties, and I'll say class name is going to be styles.image. Source is just going to be Kazi for now. Oh, we have to import Kazi. So let's go to recommendations, because I believe that's where we had imported Kazi. Let's copy this. Let's go back to our article main and simply import Kazi there. Okay. And give it a width of 100 and a height of 100. All right. So we see Kazi image showing up. Okay, good. Good. Now we need to get outside of that image container because we're done dealing with this part right here. Let's go down, and in the author container, we're going to go ahead and actually go and create class name, and we're going to say styles, and we'll give it a style called column. And inside of this column, we are going to have our author name. Okay, so here we're just going to say Rafik Kazi. Okay, and then underneath that, we're going to have our post details. We're going to say style.post details. And then for the post details, I'm going to, let me close this here. We're going to have a span tag because it's going to be in one. I'm just going to say June 15th, and we'll give it a read. So we'll say 7min read, and we'll give it another span tag here, and we will give it an icon. So this span tag will have a style of, we'll do styles.listen button. Okay. And then within the span tag itself, go right there, we're going to put an icon, and this is going to be AI fill play circle icon. Okay, and it's just going to say the word listen next to it, because what we're creating here is that listen button right there. So the play icon plus where it says listen. All right, now we need to import this, of course. So we're going to go ahead and import this from the top. So I'm going to say import, and we'll say AI fill play circle from react-icon/AI, just like that. Okay, let's go back, and you can see that our icon is now showing up. Okay, very good. Let's keep on going with this. Now, the next thing we need is, obviously, we need the social stuff to show up. So this stuff right over here. And before we do that, let's style everything that we have here so far. So we've styled our wrapper and content. Now let's style our post header container. And for the post header container, the styling that I want is I want it to have flex. I'm going to say have justify between. We're going to put the items in the center, and then margin top is going to be 2.2, and then margin bottom, we'll give it a 1.2 rem. Okay. All right. There we go. Good. The next thing that we actually need here is we need to style our author container. So let's do that. Okay. So for our author container, we're going to have a flex, and then we're going to say gap of 1 rem. Okay. There we go. So we got a nice little gap, and it's starting to look better. It's starting to look more like this one over here. You got your picture on the left-hand side, the name on the right-hand side, and then the title and everything. All right, after our author container, we need to style our author profile image container. So we're gonna style our image right over here. So let's give it a height of 3 rem. We will give it a width of 3 rem, a grid. I'm gonna center it, and we're gonna say rounded full, and we're gonna say overflow hidden. Let's take a look. Okay, our app crashed, and if that ever happens, just, you can always go back or refresh, and that should do the trick. So let's click one of these articles, should bring us here. Perfect. So now our image is looking circular. Let's close this. Okay, now we need to style this image because we have this image class. So let's go ahead and do that. And for image, all I really need to do is, I don't even need to really style it anywhere else. We can just style it right here. And I just want to say for my image, I want to say object cover. So just, that's it. Okay, there. And then we need to style our column. So let's go ahead and style our column. Boom, boom. Okay, for our column, we need to have flex one, flex, make sure it's flex column, and then we're gonna say justify center. All right, now it's looking a lot better. And then let's work on the post details and style them as well. So we're gonna style our post details. So post details contains pretty much our, you know, the date, the time, the length, and whatever else. So let's go ahead, style our post details. We're gonna do this. Okay, and for post details, the styling that I actually want to give it is make sure we have flex, a gap of 0.2 rem, and then text is going to be that gray text. I'm going to say 787878. Awesome. All right. And then last thing that we need to style for now is that listen button. So that actually looks green and looks how we want it to look. So for the listen button, we're going to enable flex. I'm going to say give a gap of 1 rem. We will, oh, I apologize. For listen button, we won't do that. We'll do flex, and then we'll say item center. We'll give a gap of only 0.2 rem. Okay, and then we'll say text. And for the text, we will go 1A8917. All right, so it's going to give it that like greenish text. Because that scrolling thing looks ugly right now, let's just remove it. We can always add it to the content afterwards, because without it, it looks way cleaner. Yeah, so let's just keep that removed for now. Now, outside of our author containers, if I just look down right here, line 38 is where I get out of my author container. So getting out of my author container, I do need to add information about the socials. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do div. I will say class name, styles. Oops. Let's go styles.socials. And then within these socials, we're going to add in all of our social icons. Okay. So let's go ahead and import all of the social icons that we actually need first. So here we're going to need to import our Twitter logo. We're going to need our Facebook logo, LinkedIn, an outline link, and a bookmark link, and then a horizontal link. Okay, so we need this guy link, a bookmark link, and then the horizontal like dots. All right, so now that we've imported them, we need to actually be able to use them. And so we're going to be using all of these inside of our socials. Okay, so inside of our socials, I want to just say, hey, IO logo Twitter. All right, we're going to go FA Facebook. Wow, I can actually even import. That's super cool. But we're just going to do this. We need GR linked. We need outline link. And then we need a div here that's self-closing. Actually, it'll have a class name of styles.space. We'll create the styling for this afterwards. Hold on. This is a self-closing div. Styles.space. Okay, close that squiggly there. That's what I forgot to do last time. Let's get our bookmarks, and then let's get our horizontal collapsible dots. So let's style socials and let's style space. So I will do socials and we'll go like this and we'll do space. Now for styling socials, we need to make sure that we have flex enabled, right? Because look at them right now. They're on top of each other. That's silly. That's not what we want. So let's go flex. That already will take care of that problem. And then we're going to give a gap of 1 rem between each. We'll give a gray text. So we'll do the 787878. And then we'll make sure that the cursor is pointer when I hover over it. So now it's looking way better. Yeah, like when you hover over it, look at that. Looks really clean. The reason why listen is it needs to be inline, but it's like getting on a new line. All we have to do here is we're closing these span tags here. So let's actually close the first span tag first, and then we can actually close the second span tag after. And once we can do that, listen will actually fall into its line, meaning this should be its own span tag, and then this should be its own span tag. They shouldn't be within each other. Okay, so there we go. So that should take care of listen. Now, we've set up socials. We've done the styling for socials completely. Now we just need to style space. So let's go to space and we're going to say, give me a width of 0.5 rem. So that just added a little space right there. Okay. And then after space, now we have the article main container, right? So this is going to be the main container where the article is actually going to go. So we're going to need this boom container, and that's going to contain, all right, so imagine this. We have this article container, and then within that, we're going to have a banner container. So this will be a banner container. All right. And then underneath that, we'll just have the actual article. So that will have the article text and everything. Okay. So let's go ahead and create our article container div now. And article main container is actually going to be outside of our post header container as well. So let's scroll all the way down, and on line 56, it ends. And this is where we're going to create it. So we're going to go class name. I'm going to say styles.article main container, right? And then within that, we will have our banner. So I'm going to say class name, and we're going to say styles.banner container. Okay. And then within the banner container, we will have the image that we're looking for. Okay. So we need a banner image, which is like, we're going to need a big image. Now, I've used a banner image already in one of our components earlier. So let's just reuse that. So from banner, boom, let's go back to our article main.js. And at the top, let's paste this. And instead of saying logo, we'll say banner. Import banner from banner. All right. Let's go all the way down, and we'll have this self-closing image. And for the source, we'll say banner. For the height, we'll give it 100. And for the width, we'll give it 100. And the style this will have, so we'll say class name, and we'll say styles.image. Okay. And then we'll simply go ahead. And so this will just inherit the style that we've already created for image. So this will just reuse it. Okay. So there we go. It's showing up. Now let's go and style our banner container and then our article main container. So let's go here. And for our banner container, the styling that I want to go with is I want to give it a height of 18 rem. Okay, so it's going to make the height pretty big. And I want to go with full. So I want it to be like as wide as it possibly can be. All right. And then I want to go grid center. I want to hide the overflow. And then we want to give a margin bottom of 2 rem. So there we go. Now we got an actual banner image going. Okay. Next up, we're going to style our article main container. So let's go ahead and get to work on our article main container. And for article main container, I'm going to give it a flex. I'm going to make sure it's flex column. And then we're going to give it a gap of 1 rem. All right, there we go. So now these are starting to actually look good. We just have to also create our image class. So our image class is really just object cover. So let's go ahead and do that now. Image is just object cover. Okay, that's it. So now our image should look better. All right, so Replit, this will happen from time to time. It goes to sleep. So just remember, because I was like, why is it not changing anything? So let's go here and let's go yarn dev. And now we should be actually good to go. So if I go in here, we refresh this. Let's wait for it. All right. So here's how we can get this to be full width. Well, it's very simple. We just have to tell the computer, hey, go into full width. All right. So just go to content and just type in full width. Okay. And that will push it out, and your article main is going to start looking way, way, way better, right? Obviously, we need a better image, but this image is okay for now. Now, the next thing we actually need is we need to actually start working on the actual body of the article, body. So how we're going to do that is underneath our banner container. So banner container ends right over here. And right underneath this, we're going to make an H1. And it's going to have a class name, and we'll say styles.title. Okay. And we're simply going to just write the title of the article. So in the final version, it's this right there. So I'm going to post that right here, 7 free tools that'll make you more productive in 2021. And then we're going to add a h4 underneath that. And the h4 will have a class name. And we're going to say styles.subtitle. Okay. And then subtitle will have a div. And that div will have, this is not going to have any styles. This div will say name of the person. So say Rafik Kazi. So let's look at the final version, right? Rafik Kazi, and then you got the date. So let's go ahead and put our dates. We're going to say June 15, 2022, just like that. June 15, 2022. Productivity is a skill that can be learned. And then you have the entire body of the article. All right. So let's go ahead and add in the entire body of our article. Before we add in the body of our article, we're going to just add in the quick brief. So I'm going to say it right here, and we'll add in our brief. Okay. So right now I'm just going to write the word brief next to it, and boom, go back, and I'll just paste our brief. Okay. Productivity is a skill that can be learned. And then we'll have our entire article, and our entire article will be right underneath this h4, and we'll say class name, and we'll say styles dot article text, and then we'll just put the article text. Okay. So for now, I'm going to just copy this and paste it over here to represent that's an article. Okay. Let's look at our app. Boom. Looking nice. Now, all we have to do here is we just have to go ahead and style this. So let's go ahead and style everything. So for example, title, we need to go ahead and style that. So let's go add title here. And for title, we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to say, hey, give me font bold and make it very large. So we're going to say text 3XL. So that'll take care of our title. Okay. Now let's do, 3XL. There we go. It's big. It just took a second. So we got our title. Now we need to style our subtitle. And for our subtitle, I'm going to say font medium, serif, italic. And then for text, I'm going to say 1.4 rem. And we're going to give it a 292929. There we go. So we got our text looking different for the brief or the subtitle. And then here we're going to say article text. And then for my article text, I will have font medium serif. We'll do the same thing. All right. It's just not going to be italic. So we can actually just go ahead and copy this and simply paste that right over here. There we go. Okay, now we got our text showing up. So look at that. Our article main is looking good. Our recommendations are looking great. Our sidebar is looking awesome, right? Now, like the last piece of the puzzle really is to make the data dynamic. I mean, it's kind of really it. So if we can make the data dynamic, then we're good. Okay, let's just see if there's anything else left to finish. So we're going to look here. There's not much left to finish, honestly, because we can scroll up and down here, right? I can scroll up and down on this article. On the right-hand side, we have our followers and buttons and suggestions, more from Medium. On the left-hand side, we have our nav bar. So in terms of like the front end, honestly, with majority of the front end, we're completely done. Now, all we need to do is connect our Firebase, add a database, and then be able to actually pull all this data from our database. So with that said, that's what we're going to work on next. One thing I just want to do before we continue with adding Firebase is I just want to make the recommended posts actually show all the recommended posts. So, or like more, so at least it looks kind of nice. So we're going to go ahead and create an array of recommended posts, array of objects rather. So we're basically going to say, let's go into recommendations first, recommendations. And underneath here, I'm going to add in like some static data. So we're going to say recommended posts, just like that. And it will be an array. And I will say title. We'll say, what can you do with Replit? Okay. And for image, I'm going to use the Replit logo. Okay. Hopefully we've imported this at the top already. Yep, we have. And then we have the tutorial image as well. So Replit logo. And then the author is going to be name clever programmer for this one. And then image is going to be CP. And then we're going to take this guy. We're going to put a comma right here. Okay. And then we're going to paste it again and paste it again. So we should have 3 different ones. Okay, the second one is going to be, the title is going to be the Ultimate JavaScript Developer Course for Beginners. The image is going to be the tutorial image. And then name is going to be Rafik Kazi. And then the image is going to be Kazi. Okay. And then the last one is going to be how to become a developer in 2022. And this is going to have the JS logo. Name is going to be Clever Programmer. And we're going to leave this as CP logo. Okay. Cool. So recommended post. Now we're going to turn this into a little bit of dynamic data, meaning we're just going to write a simple loop and we're going to loop through this. So article main, where's the article main container? Let's look for it. Article content wrapper rather. So article content wrapper. Okay. So this is where our loop will start. So we'll go through recommended posts.map. And for each post, we'll do the following. Okay. And then we're going to wrap up this entire thing, all of this up. So where does article content wrapper end? Article content wrapper ends right there. So we're going to wrap that bad boy up with that. So we'll close this and that. Okay. That's why we have paren, and then a squiggly. Okay. So now all of this stuff here is going to be looping through. All right. Now everywhere we actually need access to, so this should give us 3 articles basically, because it's looping through 3 times for now, because we only have 3 things in that array. All right, let's close this out. So you can see that we're getting on the right-hand side, we're getting 3 articles and all of them recommended articles and all of them a JS logo. Now what we want to do is we want to actually get that specific post title and name and everything. So we're going to go post.author.name, post.author.name like that. Okay, and that should get us the actual author name. So you can see Clever Programmer, Rafik Kazi, Clever Programmer, right? So author names are correct. And then here, this is the title. So we're just going to do post.title. And then here is going to be post.image. Okay, so post.image. Let's take a look. Boom, there we go. Actually, that's the wrong place to put the post image because that's where the author image actually goes. So we're going to go and say author.image. And then this right over here, we're going to, instead of a hard-coded JS logo, I'm going to say post.image. Okay, and now let's look at it. And boom, look at that. The right-hand side is looking clean now. It looks super, right? That looks awesome. We got the JS logo, we got all the titles showing, we got everybody showing. So now our recommendations look a lot more complete. So that makes me happy. Now we can actually continue with the Firebase stuff and then add all the database stuff. All right, let's go ahead and sign up for Firebase. So what you can do simply is just go firebase.com. And if you haven't created an account ever, go ahead and create an account for them. And what I do is I'm just gonna go into this right here. And then simply just click go to console. Okay, hit go to console, and then it should bring you here. Now we're just going to add project and we're just going to say, whoops, we're going to write the project name and we're just going to say medium clone replit. Okay. Yep. Okay. Hit continue. And yeah, we don't need to include analytics. If you want, you can just say include analytics, but I don't really care for it, right? For this app. So if I don't need it, I'm just going to disable it. Okay. But it doesn't really matter either way. Whichever option you choose is totally fine. So we're just going to wait for this to finish up. And then once it finishes up, we'll need access to the web. But for now, all we'll do is we'll go into build and we'll just click Firestore database. So we're going to create a new database that goes along with this. Okay. And simply hit create database right there. Okay. I'll zoom in so it's clearer to see, hopefully. And we'll just go in and yeah, we'll just start our app in production mode. Normally that's not a good idea. For this app, it's just for dummy purposes and we're building it for ourselves. So it's totally fine. Let's put it in production mode and it'll be great for your portfolio as well. So it's going to provision this Cloud Firestore. And then once that's done, we can go ahead into that database and we can actually start adding data in there. And then we can actually go ahead and also retrieve that data. So we're going to start a collection here. And this collection, we're simply going to call it articles. Okay. We're going to give it an auto ID and articles will have a couple of fields. We'll have author. We will have banner image, which will just be a string. Yeah. And Author will be a string. We will have body, which will be a string. We will have brief, which will also be a string. We will have category, which will be a string. And we'll have post length, which will be a string. And then we'll have posted on, and this will be a actual date, timestamp. Okay, and so like we can choose when this article was posted. So let's say it was posted on Saturday at, I don't know, whatever. That's the time it was posted on. Perfect. And then we'll have one more field and we'll call this title. Great. Now we need to actually give these values. So for author, I'm going to give it a value of kazi@cleverprogrammer.com, just an email. For banner image, you could choose whatever image you want, but I'm just going to choose this image. You can literally Google any image and just pop that here. Okay. I had an image already saved to my clipboard, so I'm just using that. For body, we can add in whatever we want. I added in that entire article thing that we had in Replit. So if you want to get access to that, you can go ahead and just like where we had that article. Let me go back. I think in article main, just grab this, copy this, come back here and just paste that body right there. For brief, we're going to go ahead and say, hey, productivity is a skill that can be learned. Category, we'll just say it's productivity. Post length, we'll say it's 5. Post length really just means how long does it take to read. So we're basically just saying, hey, it takes 5 minutes to read. And then for the title, you know, this is the 7 free tools to help you become productive in 2020. 7 free tools that will make you more productive in 2022. You could call the title whatever you want. Okay. And now we just hit save on this. So it was not allowing me to save for whatever reason, but I just deleted this G, added it back, and now it's allowing me to save. So hopefully if it was causing you that same problem, that's how you can overcome that. So let's hit save. And that's one juicy, meaty article saved. Okay. We can also add in users. So we'll start another collection. We'll call it users. And then inside of our users collection, we'll create an auto ID. And the fields that we'll need, okay, this is to mimic what a user will be like in our database once we have them. For now, we'll just hard code it and we'll basically say, hey, so I'll have a user with that email. You could put your email if you want. The email will just be a string. We'll have a follower account, which will be a number, and we'll just set it to 0 for now. And we'll have a field for image URL. So this will be the image of the user. Okay, I have my image already. But again, you can go to Google, grab any image, okay, and put it here. So for example, you could do Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And then just go to images. You can right click, copy image address, and you can just paste that here. That'll work too. All right. So we got our image URL, and then we'll put our name. And for a name, we'll say Rafik Kazi. Great. Oops. What did I just do? I deleted something. Crap. Didn't I delete one? Oh yeah, follower account. All right, this will be a number and we'll say 0. Okay, let's give a specific number. Let's just say 273,000. All right, so now we got email, we got follower account, we got image URL and name. So we got all of these things. So this will represent what our database will look like in its final version, except the only new thing that our database will really have is we'll have more documents inside of articles, and we'll have more documents inside of users. Okay. And how Firebase works is you have a collection. Inside of that collection, you have documents. And inside of that, you have inside of that document is made up of multiple fields. Okay. So you can add a field in there. All right. So pretty simple. What we're trying to create is relatively simple. Now that we have all of this set up, what we do need to do is go and get our configuration information so we can actually set this bad boy up. Otherwise, we won't be able to use it. Okay, so yes, I don't need it for hosting. We'll register the app medium CP Replit, register app. Doesn't really matter what you call it. And then it's going to give us the information about the SDK and how we can actually use it. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab all of this info. We're going to need that. So hit copy. And then we're also going to need to install Firebase. So those are 2 important things. Now we're going to go back. It said npm install Firebase, right? So we're going to go back here. we're going to open up our command line. We're going to kill our terminal with Control-C, and we're just going to do npm install Firebase. So we want to make sure that we have Firebase installed. Okay. And then we're going to need to put the Firebase configurations in the right place. So let's go ahead and get all of that set up. So here in our main, inside of this medium CP, right? Inside of this main folder right here, click in, we're going to add a new file. We'll call this firebase.js. Okay. And Firebase.js will pretty much look like that file that we just copied with our configurations. So let's paste that here for now. And then we're going to fix it. So I'm just going to do yarn dev again. So my server starts running, and then I'm going to close this out. Okay. So we need access to our API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messaging sender ID, app ID. Perfect. That's good. And then what we're going to need is we have our initialize app, and we're going to need a couple of more things here. So I'm going to say import. We're going to say get auth, because we're going to need to do authentication as well. So we're going to say from Firebase/auth. Then we're going to say import Google auth provider from Firebase auth. That's exactly right. Just like that. Okay, and then we're going to say import get Firestore, import get Firestore from, and then we're going to do from Firebase/Firestore. Okay. And remove that @ sign. We don't need that. Okay. There we go. Oops, Firestore. Misspelled it. Perfect. All right, now this is looking clean. And the last thing we want to do is we got our const app, and we're going to get our auth. We're going to say get auth and pass it the app. We're also going to get our provider, and we're going to say new Google provider. And this is a class, right? So that's why you say new. And then we're going to say const db get Firestore app. Okay. And then last but not least, we're going to export all of this. So we're going to say provider db. So we can have access to all this information outside of just this file, right? That's why we need this. So we can pass the database around or the provider around. Now, since we're using Google Provider, we do need to enable Google Provider from our Firebase. So let's go into project. Let's click this icon right there. So now you should see all of this stuff. Let's go into build, and let's click authentication. Inside of authentication, let's hit get started. And then inside of this get started, we're going to add additional providers like Google, and we'll hit enable. Okay, and put whatever email you want. Great. All right. And now all we want to do is just make sure that we have our authorized domains. So for example, this here, we want to authorize this entire domain. So I'm going to copy this entire URL of repl.co and just add it there. Okay, you don't need the HTTPS part. You don't need that / at the end. Okay, and then you can just hit add. So now this domain here is authorized. That way, if I'm adding authentication, it will work here. So with that said, guys, our Firebase is now set up. And now that it's set up, we are ready to do some magic with it. So I hope you're excited, but now we're ready to actually start pulling data and doing fancy stuff with it. All right, now we're going to go ahead and create a context. And context is a library that you get with React that makes it easy for you to, like, instead of having to prop drill, you get all the data in one place. So we'll pull all the user data, we'll put it in our context file, and then we'll have access to it. And we can use it anywhere. So let's create a new folder at the global level, at the medium CP level. So we're going to go ahead and say add folder. I'm going to call this folder context. And inside of this context folder, I'm going to add a file, and it's going to be called medium context.js. All right. Now we want to do export const medium context, and we're going to basically say create context. Now, obviously, to create context, we need to actually import that. So we're going to say create context, and we're going to say from React. And to make the code more legible, let's just say const, and then at the end, we'll say export, and then we can say medium context. And then we're going to need to export other things as well. So for now, let's just say medium context. And then the other thing we'll need to export is a provider. So let's go ahead and create a medium provider. Okay. And then for the provider, it's going to take in children. Okay. And let's go like this. Okay. Now this is where we're going to get all of our users and our posts. So I'm just going to go ahead and say all users, set all users. All right. And we're going to go here and say use is going to be an empty array. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing, but except we're going to say all posts, and we're going to say set all posts. Okay. We could just say users and set users as well instead of all users everywhere, because it's weird. So just say set users, and we could say posts, and then we can just say set posts. Okay. It's S in there, so we just assume that it's plural. All right. So that's good for now. And what we want to do is we want to have a use effect hook inside of here. So basically, anytime that the page loads or this provider gets called, and this provider is really going to get called only once, like when the page loads, because we're going to give it. And so once this happens, we want this use effect hook to run. So let's go use effect, right? React, and like import use effect as well, because you're going to need that. And then what I'm basically going to say, and let's also make sure that we end this use effect with the dependency of a user. So when there is a user. Okay, for now, we'll just leave this blank. Okay, for now, we'll just leave this blank. And what we want to do here is we want to get access to all of our users. Okay, so here, and I'm going to basically say, so we're going to leave that array empty. So I'm just going to say array, but I'm not going to give it a dependency array. So basically, it'll only work just one time. And I'm going to make a function that will get users. So let's say get users. And this will be async. Okay, and then we're going to say const query snapshot. So we're going to get a snapshot from Firebase, and I'm going to say await the docs. And then this collection thing here, you remember we exported it out, so we can actually import all this stuff now. So we can go ahead and say, hey, import, okay, collection, get docs, set doc, and doc, because we're going to need access to all of them from Firebase Firestore. So there we go. Now we'll be able to get access to all of this. So we're going to await, we're going to get the collection, and the collection is a function that takes in a database. So which database do we want to give it? So we'll also need to import our database from Firebase. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to say import DB from Firestore, or Firebase, sorry, our file that we created, Firebase. So we're going to give it that database, and then we're going to say, hey, look for the users collection. And basically this will get all of the users from that users collection. Now, once we get all of that, what we need to do is we need to actually like query snapshot.docs.map, and then we're just going to say doc, and let's just say if we want to do console.doc. Okay, so for now, we'll just keep this really simple. We'll add more to it later, but we need to export medium context, and then we also need to export medium provider. So our provider and our context. All right, so a couple of things. Let's make sure this use effect, it can't be outside of the body of a component. So let's make sure we cut this and we put this inside of our medium provider. Okay, so we're going to put that right there, right here. Okay, and then the last thing we want to do, let's prettify this. The last thing we want to do is medium provider should return, and it should return the following. It should return medium context provider. All right, and then we're going to give it a pretty right here, and it's going to be value. And so it's going to return a value, and the value that we're going to have it return is going to be posts and users for now. Okay, so these posts and then these users for now. Okay, great. And then last thing we want is we want to give the children as well. And then we want to end this medium context.provider. So looking at this makes it look a little bit simpler. So we're returning a context provider. Now, what we want to do is we want to wrap our entire app up in this provider. So let's go back up to pages. Let's go to our app, and we're going to wrap this entire app. So I'm going to say, and we're going to get our medium provider, and we're going to get that from our context, and we're going to grab our medium context, and where it says return this component page props, that's our entire app. But we're going to wrap this app in medium provider. And so now our entire app will have access to this medium provider. Okay. So we want to say component, yep, medium provider, component page props. There we go. Unreachable code detected. So what's the problem here? Okay, let's keep going regardless of this error. Oh, yes. Return. We want to have parentheses here, and then we want to close this return just like that. Now let's prettify it. Okay, beautiful. So that's what your my app, your app.js should be looking like. Okay. So we've wrapped the entire app in this context. That means our entire app will have access to this context right here. Okay. And let's give it a try. Let's see if we're actually able to get this data. Let's make sure we run this function here. So I'm going to say get users. Okay. So we just have to make sure that we call that function. All right. And then in our index.js, we can actually use this. So in order to use this, we want to actually import a couple of things. So I'm going to say import use context. So this hook allows us to actually use the context. And we're going to say context medium context. And we will also say import medium context, or sorry, this we can say medium context actually here, medium context. And then this one here, use context, that just actually comes from React. So we can say import use context from React. So that should allow us to actually use all of the data from our Firebase. That's what's happening here. Okay. So let's go down and I'm just going to say destructure posts and use context, medium context. Okay. And then let's just console log posts and see what's happening. All right. So that's it so far. Let's make sure we CD into our app and then yarn dev that bad boy. Okay. Perfect. And let's look inside of our app right here. We should have stuff happening. Wait, we have an error. Use state is not defined. Okay. So let's go back to our medium context and let's import use state. And then let's come back to our index.js. That should take care of the error. Firebase missing or insufficient permissions. Interesting. We did give it all of the permissions it needed. So not sure what's happening there. Let's try refreshing our app. Let's see if that does anything. Missing or insufficient permissions. All right, so why that's actually happening is because in our Firebase, we have it to where the rule is that we're not allowing to write. So let's go ahead and go to our Firebase database, Firestore database. Let's go to rules. And then inside of our rules, go right here and then just change this to true. So that just means that it'll allow us to write to this database. Okay, this is not that safe because that means pretty much anybody can write to the database, but it's okay for now. So let's refresh our app and let's see what happens. Okay, great. All right, so the app is compiling. Let's see if we're getting any inspect element data in console. Okay, we're not getting the data yet. Let's put a little fire emoji so we can actually see that this is showing up. So save this. Oh yeah, let's make sure we go back to our home. So I'm in my home now and I don't actually get back any data, as you can see. And probably why that's happening is that we haven't actually loaded the data that fast. So we need to actually be able to get the data and then actually load it up. All right, so here's what we got to do. So we're actually getting back our data. We're just not getting it in the right form. So what you want to do is where it says query snapshot doc or console logging doc, just do doc.data. Okay. And then now when you actually refresh your app and run it, you'll notice that we're actually pulling the data. So it's getting us the actual user. So we have a user right here, Rafik Hazi, cleverprogrammer.com. We have their image URL and follower account of 273,000. And you can see that it's actually pulling this right from our Firebase, right? 273,000, image URL, name, everything. Basically, this is now working. Okay, we're actually pulling the data. So that's how easy it is to get the user data. Now, what we want to do is we want to actually store it in our state. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, before we actually store it in state, I want to get the actual data that I'm looking for. So for the user, I want to get a couple of more things. I want to get the doc ID. Okay, so let's go here. I don't just want to console log something. Okay, what I want to do is I want to actually return an object. And this object ID is going to be doc.id. And for data, let's destructure this. And we're going to get the actual user data. Okay, and that's going to just put it in this variable. It's going to set this as the value of this key. Okay, so data is going to be an object. And then we're going to return that. Now what I want to do is I want to set all users to this. So I want to do set users, okay, and then wrap that bad boy up. So now we're going to set those users, okay, and let's go back to our index.js. Now let's change this with users and let's go like this. All right, so here we have that fire emoji, and then here we can actually see all of our users. I'm blocking this a little bit, I'm aware. So we can see all of our users here. Okay, since we're going to be doing Firebase stuff, I can safely put myself in the middle of the screen here. So yeah, so let's go and let's add another record, right? So let's go, boom, we will add another user. So let's go add document, auto ID, and let's just copy all of this. Can I duplicate this? No, it doesn't let you duplicate. I don't think so. So email, follower account, image URL. So I'm going to copy the image URL and then let's just go. So auto ID, email, david@cleverprogrammer.com. Image URL is going to be this. So same image as me. Follower account is going to be, I don't know, 2300. Let's save him. And then of course he needs a name as well. So we're going to add a field and I'll say name and we'll say David Ricosi. All right, so we have 2 users here now. Let's go back to our app. Let's refresh. And this should actually spit out 2 users. There we go. We can see that we're actually getting back 2 users now. Let's click them and we can see information about user number 1. And then when I hide this, we can actually see information about user number 2 as well. Right? And we have the data and we have David Ricosi and we have his name and everything. Okay. So far, so good. We're able to store the user information in context, and then we're able to retrieve that context. And then it really simplifies our code, allows us to use all this information. Now, what we want to do is we want to actually get information about our post. So let's go ahead and get all of the information about our post. So I'm going to go back to our medium context. And in our medium context, we're going to pull all that information, all that juicy information about the post, right? So we have the get users function. This function runs when there's like a user detected or a user changes. Okay. So we're going to add the dependency array after we add authentication in. Let's go here. Okay. Let's add another use effect hook, and we're going to add a use effect hook. And this function is going to be called get posts, const get posts. And it's going to be an async function. And we're going to get the snapshot. We're going to await the docs. So I'm going to say get docs, and I'm going to say collection DB, and this time it's going to be articles. Okay. So this will get the snapshot of all of the articles. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say query snapshot dot docs dot map, and let's go ahead and say, let's just console log doc.data so we can actually see that we're getting back, and we'll also give it an empty array, and let's call this function now. So let's say get post, just like this. Okay. So now we should actually also see posts getting printed out as well, and not just users. So let's refresh our app and see if we get all of our articles. So at the bottom, you can actually see we're getting back all of our articles. Okay. I only have 1 article right now, so we're getting back that article, right? We get the timestamp field, we get the post length, we get the banner image, we get the author, everything that's inside of our database. If I go to my articles here, you can see body. If I go to the body, it matches. If I click the body, it goes on. It's a long string. It's a long line. So this is working. We're able to get all of the posts. Now, what we want to do is we don't just want to console log this. We want to actually do more with it. So I'm going to go ahead and say return, and we're going to return an object, and ID is going to be doc.id. And then data is going to be the following. So we're going to, body is going to be doc.data.body. And then brief going to be doc.data.brief. And then we're going to have category. To save your time, I'm just going to paste all of this here so you can see this. Boom, right there. Okay, let's prettify it. So we got post length, banner image, title, comments, posted on, author. That allows us to pull all of the information out of this. All right, we're not really even going to be using comments, so let's comment that out because we don't have comments. But if we do need to add them later, we can obviously always come back and do that. So that's what we're going to be returning here. And all we want to do is we want to just set posts to that. So we want to make sure that we save this in our state and we have access to posts now. So let's go back to our index.js. We don't need access to users here. We actually just need access to posts here. So let's say posts with a fire emoji, and let's go back and let's look, and boom, there we go. We have the data ID, and then we have everything else as well. So let's go back to context, ID, yep, ID and data. We have it all. We have it all. All right, so that's pretty much all we need access to. Let's go back. I apologize, that's my bulldog barking. We're gonna try to ignore her. She hates the ambulance. So when the ambulance goes by, she will keep barking at it forever. So that's it. We're getting access to our posts as well. All right, now that we're actually able to retrieve all the data from our posts, what we need to do is just simply replace everything here from everything that's coming from our database. Okay, so like this author, the author image, this, that, boom, everything. So what we're gonna do is in our index file, we're gonna grab access to all posts like we're doing here. And then for our post card, we're actually going to loop here inside of our post list. And I'm just gonna say posts.map, okay? And we're gonna just put posts like that. And we're gonna open this, and then we're gonna close this on here. Yeah, one more. Great. Okay, beautiful. So since we only have one post right now, we should only get one article. That's exactly what I expected. And post card, we're actually gonna hand it our post. And for the key is just gonna be post.id. Okay. And then let's go to our postcard component. And inside of our postcard component, we're actually gonna use this information. So let's go. Okay. So inside of our postcard component, let's get access to this information. So we're going to just say post, and the path of this is actually just going to be post.id. Okay. Whatever the ID of that post is, that's going to be the slug. So let's click this post now and let's see what happens, where it takes us. Take a look at that. That slug 5TSEK, whatever. If you look in articles, you can see that article has that. So this is cool. Like, we're already getting the data and we're able to go to that page and retrieve it from Firebase. This is awesome. We're getting all the information we need. Now we're going to need access to the author data as well. But that, again, we're going to get that. We can get that information later. Okay. If I go to my post right now, actually we have that information inside of our post. Right? Let's go look at our articles. We have that information. Articles dot that specific article and dot author. And boom, we get the information we need. So post.data.author will actually get it for us. Okay. For this image right here that I'm using the logo, we're going to remove that logo. And for the source instead, what we're going to say is I'm going to author data.image URL, not author data. My apologies. Post.data, and I can say post.data, or let's see how it's stored in the record. So in the record, I have the banner image. Let's actually grab this author's data specifically first. So what I'm going to do is let's come here and I'm going to say const author data. I'm going to say set author data, and we're going to say use state is null. Okay, and I'm gonna now write my use effect hook. This will change based on if there's a post or not. Okay, and in here, we're gonna write a function for get author data, and it's gonna be an async function. And we're gonna set the author data to the data that we get. We'll await, and then we'll await get doc, go into the users, go into that author, and then grab that data. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're getting the author and then we're grabbing that author's data, all data related to that author. Okay, so then it's going to give us that specific user's information, and then we can actually get the photo of that specific user. Great. Now we just need to import all this stuff since we don't have access to it. So we're going to add a bunch of import statements here. So let's say import base from Firebase, from /Firebase, the file that we wrote. And then we're also going to import our doc, and then we're going to get the doc from Firebase /Firestore. All right. So now we have our DB, right? And then we have access to doc and get doc. That's it. Now we just need to call this function, get author data, just like this. All right. And what's there here? Await has no impact on this type of expression. Interesting. Great. Can I do this? Await that, then I should be good. Okay. Call get author data. And then I should have access to author data. Okay. And then we should be able to do maybe something like author data dot name, users dot name. So let's see what happens now in our app. So let's go back to the home page, CD medium, and then let's do yarn dev. Great. And let's go back to our home page. Sometimes it just sleeps and you just got to wake it up and refresh it. UseState is not defined. So let's import UseState. Import UseState useEffect from React. Let's look at it now. Cannot read properties of null author data dot name. Okay, is it author data dot name? Is that what it is? Author data, we'll say author data dot name. Let's make it optional chaining. So if it exists, great. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't freak out. Now it's complaining about the image source. Image is missing required SRC property. So we have the property actually there for the image. So let's do author data dot image URL, just like that. And let's see what happens now. Let's refresh. Cannot read properties of null reading image URL. Let's see what the error here is. Just gonna make it dependent on nothing for now. Let's make it dependent on nothing. All right, now while this author thing gives us problems, let's at least get all the data from the post first and then we should be good. For now, I'm just gonna change this to logo so we don't have an error there anymore. So boom, our app should be up and running. Okay, now it says, hey, this is not a function, cool. So we're just gonna wrap this await in parentheses. And then once we get back some result, which is actually just gonna be a doc, then we can call doc.data on it, okay? So doc gets us the specific reference to the doc and then get doc actually retrieves it. So let's go here. All right, so we're awaiting this, I'm getting this, cool. Now I wanna go down and I wanna start getting all that juicy post data. Okay, so for example, this here is going to be post.data.title of the post. So if we go to our base, what articles we got? Title. Yes, we have title. Great. And let's put this in squigglies because otherwise it's literally going to say post.data.title. That's not what we want. Boom. Look at that. We're pulling this information from our Firebase. Now let's go ahead and change this to post.data.brief. And we should be good with that. A brief, beautiful. Okay. And that's actually pulling from Firebase as well. Now this part here, this June 15th here, we have it hard coded, but we need this to be a date. So let's go ahead on a new line and let's get to work on this. So I'm actually going to say new and we're going to do some JavaScript here. So I'm going to say a new date and get me the date it was posted on. And we're going to convert that to locale string and we're going to make it US. And then we're going to say for day, make it numeric. Okay. And for month, make it short. Okay. Let's hit that. So it prettifies it. There we go. So that's how our date should be. So you can see we're actually now pulling July 1st, the date that we actually put inside of our Firebase. For 5min read, the length, we're gonna pull this length post.data.length, I believe, or post length. So it should be like however many minutes read it was that we said. Okay. All right, let's put a space there. So there's a little space after 5-minute read. And then where it says productivity, let's pull that from post.data.category. Okay, we're done with that. Awesome. We have a thumbnail container here. All right, we never created the styling for our thumbnail container. So let's go ahead and do that now. Thumbnail container is gonna have very simple styling. Thumbnail container, and it's just gonna have a flex of 1. All right, great. And for our thumbnail container, we're going to give it the articles. We're gonna give it the image. All right, so let's go ahead and say post.data.banner image. Let's see if it pulls it. All right, we're getting some error that says, hey, that domain, you need to add it to your domains inside of your Next.config.js. So you need to actually authorize this domain. But I'll show you a little trick. What you can actually do is there's this nice little thing called cloudinary.com. Cloudinary.com. Okay. And you can pass it different links and it can actually fetch it for you. Okay. And it has this demo link. And the demo link is this. I'll show you right now. So we're going to remove all of this and we'll put tildes and I'll put the demo link. So it's res.cloudinary.com/demo/image/fetch. And now at the end of this, I can just say data post.data.banner image. And now this res.cloudinary.com, we can go inside of our next config file and we can just allow this domain. So let's go here. We're going to do images and we're going to go ahead and say domains. I'm going to add res.cloudinary.com. That way, every single image will just come from this same domain, cloudinary.com. Doesn't matter whatever other domain we have. Okay, so nice little trick that we can actually do. All right, now let's go back and refresh and our image should show up soon. It says, oh, so whenever you make changes to your config file, you'll need to kill your server and then you'll need to start your server again. So let's restart our server and then let's refresh our app and let's see if it works this time. All right, there we go. Now our app is working and we're actually pulling that image from our Firebase. Okay, that's perfect. That's very good. So if we change that image would change. So let's, for example, go to our Firebase and let's change a few things. So let's say productivity is a skill. We can change that to Hakuna Matata, right? Let's hit update and let's go back. Let's refresh and you'll see it'll say Hakuna Matata. Okay, so clearly it's extracting all of this from our database, right? That proves it. We'll change this image and then we'll add the author name afterwards. But for now, that's how we retrieve our postcard data. Okay. And for every single post that we have, we just loop through and we show that post. So now let's go ahead and let's make another post. So that way we can see another article. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy, let's say, another image. So I'm going to go ahead and add document. We'll auto ID it. And we will say title is top 5 programming languages to learn in 2022. We will say banner image is this. So I just got another image and I just pasted it. Okay. And then we'll say body is, I'll copy the body, put it here. Okay. And then for brief, I will say here are the best 5 programming languages you'll need to learn in 2022. Category, I'll say for this is coding. Post length here is 7 and we'll make this a number 7. And then posted on will be a timestamp. And let's just say it was posted on July 19th. Then we'll say, yep, that's it. Let's hit save. So now we got another article. We got 2 articles here. Is there anything that this article is missing? Author. It's missing author. So let's go author. I'll say boom. All right, let's go back. Let's refresh and it should show us 2 articles. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? We're pulling from our database. Everything works. We're able to actually read the articles, right? So in terms of using Firebase to read posts on our home page, we're able to do that. So congratulations if you got this far. All right, before we continue on to another part, let's just fix this bug that we had yesterday, which was we don't have my yesterday. You're probably either watching it right now or it's weeks past. I don't know what pace you're going at, but I'm proud of you that you got to this part. So we had this name here, right? We want our name to show up here, but it's not showing up. So what's the problem? The problem that's actually happening is if we go to our code base is asking for an email right here. And it actually looks in a particular field type called email. So I'm going to first of all just run our server. So we're going to cd into medium. Oh, let me make myself much smaller. There we go. All right. So we're going to cd into medium cp, our main folder. And then I'm just going to do yarn dev. And now it's going to start. All right. So the problem that was happening is we forgot to make our field a email field. So in our users, this field here, let's edit it, and its type is, my apologies. What I mean to say is this ID here, actually, the ID of the user actually needs to be an email. Okay. So this ID, let's see if we can actually change this ID. Looks like we can't change the existing ID. I can filter it, but it seems like I cannot change the ID. Okay. So let's add a new document. It should pretty much be the same as that one. And for the ID, I'm going to put an email as the ID. Okay. So we're going to say clever programmer. Email is going to be that. Let's add a field, and we're going to have follower count. It's going to be, let's say 273,000. I'm going to add the same image that I added earlier. You can add whatever image you want. Okay. So we're going to say image URL, and then we're going to add our last field, which is going to be name. So name, then we're going to say Rafe Kazi. Okay. So just the ID is Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com. Let's hit save on that. And this other one that we had, I'm going to go ahead and delete this. So delete this document. And I will also go ahead and delete this document as well. So now we have 2 documents deleted. We just have the Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com document showing up. Okay, now let's take a look and see if our code is doing the right thing. So I'm going to go ahead and take this line and also console log it. So we're going to do console log and then just paste that in. And I'm going to give it a little firefighter emoji so it pops out to me. Let's go back to our app. Let's hit inspect and let's see if it's showing up. Firefighter emoji is not showing up yet. Let's refresh our app and let's see if our firefighter emoji pops up. Our firefighter emoji is still not popping up. Where does it pop up? It pops up on the postcard. So it should actually pop up on this page right here. We need to go to our home page. So make sure that when you're on that article page, make sure to click the home button because we're supposed to be on our home. So when you go to our home page, now let's see if the firefighter emoji shows up. Yes, the firefighter emoji, as you can see at the bottom right here, it does indeed show up. Let me see if I can make this bigger so you could see it better. This is pretty huge on my screen. We can see this inspect. And there we go. Firefighter emoji is showing up and our user is now showing up. So now we actually have access to our user data. We just needed to make the ID of the author their email. So then we could actually look them up. So now we have effectively stored author data, and now we can actually retrieve the author data.name. So if we actually go back to our app, you can see that now it says Rafe Kazi right here for the author, for the article, right? So now we're actually pulling the author data correctly. Okay, beautiful. Now we can also pull the actual author image. So I can actually say author data.image URL. Okay. Now we're going to get an error that's going to say, hey, this domain is not inside of your Next config. So we won't actually be able to show it. It's not configured under images in your Next.config. What we actually want to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and add that Cloudinary link before it. So we're going to add this before it. Let's just put it in this guy first. Let's put a tilde at the end of it. Let's put a tilde at the start of it. And now let's paste that link. There we go. Okay, let's prettify this there. So now I have this Cloudinary link and that is properly put in place. Now it's saying, hey, I can't read property of null. So let's put a question mark here and let's see if that solves our problem. Yep, it does. There we go. So now we're actually pulling the image from the actual author from our Firebase. Later, we'll allow users to be authenticated with Firebase, and then we'll pull the data from Google itself. So there we go. That particular bug that we had with the author not showing up on the postcard, now that is solved. All right, now our article main, this page right over here, is going to need a couple of pieces of information. This component right here, right? Article main. The first piece of information it's going to need access to the author data. So we're going to need access to author data, and then or like just author, right? And the next thing that we actually need access to is the post itself. Okay. So we need access to this component needs access to 2 pieces of data. So let's do this. Let's go back to our post, our article main component rather, and we'll give it access to those two pieces of data. Okay, so it's going to get a post and it's going to get an author. Now, obviously, since we're destructuring this, we need to, when we call article main, we have to make sure that we're passing the article main component this data that it actually requires. Now for article main, we're most likely calling it in our post page, the slug page that we made. So let's go ahead to our slug page. And I can see that I have article main here, but I'm not passing it anything. So I will need to actually pass it post. And I'll also need to pass it author. Okay. Now we are not actually getting that data. So post is not defined and author is not defined, which is actually accurate. So what the heck is going on? We actually need to get access to all of that information. Okay. So let's get access to that info now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say const, and we'll say posts and users, and we'll deconstruct it and destructure it from our use context library, and we'll get our medium context. Okay. Now medium context, we'll have to import it. So basically I'm going to say import medium context from, and then we got to tell it where from. So we'll say context, not reader's nav, but medium context, just like that. All right. So now we're actually using use context and this, and that'll allow us to get access to posts and users. All right. It says that we don't have medium context is not defined. Interesting. With the capital M. So that should fix it. Just takes a second. All right. Now we need to get access to everything, right? So we have posts here, and we actually need to get access to our specific post. We need to go ahead and find the post that we're looking for when we click. And what we want to do, how do we want to find the post? Here's how we want to find the post. So let me go ahead and just cut this out for now, just so I can explain. If I'm on this page right here, how will I find the post? What I need to do is actually I need to look for that post ID through the URL. In order to get the data from this URL right over here, we need to actually use router. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to say import, and we're going to say use router, and we'll say from next router. Let's prettify this so everything looks prettier. Beautiful. Now that I have all of this info, we need to actually be able to search for this. Okay, and when are we going to search for this? We're going to fire off a use effect hook on this page so that we can actually retrieve this information. Okay, so we're going to say use effect. Let's actually import it as well. So a Replit allows us to do that. So let's just go ahead and import. So it automatically imported use effect. And then we will say that it'll have a dependency of nothing for now. And we'll just make a little check. Hey, if posts, if their length is 0, then I just want you to return and not do anything. Okay, so this is going to be, we call this our guard clause. Okay, but if there is something to be done, well, then what I want you to do is actually find it. So we're going to say post.find, and we're going to look for that specific post. So I'm going to say where the post ID is equal to whatever the slug is inside of our router. Okay, now we have to make sure that we're actually using our router. So we're going to go here and we're just going to say const router is use router. And just to show you what router query slug will give us, we'll console log this so you can see, and we'll put a little gun emoji next to it so you can spot it easily in the console log. Let's save and let's hit inspect. Okay, let's go to console and let's refresh this page and let's see if that shows us what we're looking for. So it should really pull the data from the URL and it should spit it out at the bottom. Okay, our REPL did not respond, which means it's probably asleep. So let's go back, whoops, and we'll CD into medium and we'll do yarn dev. Okay, let's refresh here and let's see if it brings us to what we're looking for. And you can see that it's actually pulling that from the route. So now all we're saying is, hey, within posts, find the post where the ID matches whatever we pass in the slug, in the route. So this will get us access to our specific post. Okay. And then all we want to do is we want to just say, hey, set post to that. Okay. And we'll create a state variable and we'll call it post and set post. Okay. And then we will say use state will be empty brackets, just like that. So now we'll be able to set our post to whatever that post is. Okay. And then we can actually pass this particular post. Now I can actually say post, pass the post to article main. Should be able to pass it. Now use state is not defined. That's not a problem. Just create a use state hook, import it rather. And then the use state hook should show up. No problem. I'll move myself down a little bit. Okay. So now that we're setting the post, we're passing the post over to our article main. Now, the only other thing that we actually need to get is we need to actually get the author as well. So we're going to say author, and we're going to say set author. And I'll simply say, hey, we're going to set this state right here. Okay. This author and this author right here, we're going to just set it to an empty array for now. Okay, that's going to be the default. And let's get our author as well. And how will we get our author? Let's see what our users is currently. Okay, so inside of this use effect hook, let's just write a little console log and we'll say users. And I just want to see who our users are or what it shows for users right now. So let's refresh, okay, and let's hit inspect so we can keep an eye on users. And I'll full screen this so we can see it easier. Let's go back a page and then let's come back into it. All right. So for users, I can actually see that I have Clever Programmer here of user number 1 with the following data, the user count, email, all of that good stuff. And then we can add other users in here as well. So I can add user 2, user 3, doesn't, whatever. It's pulling straight from our database. Okay, so we have users. And now to actually set the author for this post, what we want to do is we want to take a look at the article. And for this article, we want to see who this article's author is. And once we find that author, we want to go inside of our users database. So imagine this is articles like collection, right? And then this is users collection. So what we want to do is we're going to go, okay, who's the author? Once we find the author's email, so more specifically, this is the author email. Once we find that, we want to look for that user inside of our users database and then find that particular author and get access to that author and all of their respective data. Okay. So we pull the information from here first, and then we cross-reference it in there. We pull all the information, okay? So it's almost like an inner join in SQL. If it's like an inner join on that particular email address, and then we match it and we get all the data. So let's do that now. So I want to basically say, hey, users.find where user.id is going to be that email, matches that particular post's author, okay? And let's go ahead and console log this so we can actually see some data back. Let's refresh this. Let's get out of this page and go back to that page and let's click into it. Let's see if we get an error. Property undefined of reading author. Okay. So what's the error here? Let's just put a few question marks here. And then for this console log, let's put another emoji like money face or something just so we can see it. There we go. So now we're getting that money face and we can see that money face emoji, right? And we're getting access to that specific object, the user, and the user's ID is Clever Programmer. And then we're getting access to their data as well. And their data is email, follower account, image URL, name, all of that good stuff. Okay. Instead of a console log, what we want to do instead is we don't want to use console log here. We just want to say set user or set author rather, set author. So that'll set who the current author is, and then we'll pass that author over to our articles component. So we'll say author just like that. Okay. So passing it post and we're passing it author. And now we have access to all of that data and we don't need these console logs. Let's also prettify it a little bit and don't need that many empty lines in between. Okay. So our code is looking much cleaner now. Looks really clean. We have access to post and the author. So let's go back to article main now. Let's just console log and see if we're getting back access to post and author. And for the emoji this time, we'll make a cookie. Okay, let's go back to our home page and let's go back to the article. We have access to post, but we don't have access to author. That's interesting. That's interesting. So let's see what's happening. Let's go back. So we are setting the post and we are setting the author, and then I'm passing the author to article main. All right, so here's where the bug lies. The bug lies in the fact that when we're getting this data, author isn't available yet. And so then we send an undefined author. So let's go back to our slug. Okay, this is where the problem is happening. So we're getting the post, but then we're also getting the author at the same time. And before the post data has been updated, you can't get that post's data because it hasn't been updated yet. So what we want to do is we want to make post a dependency of this use effect hook. So basically this use effect will run once when this app loads. So it will set the post, but this will be undefined at that point. And then once the post gets updated, it will notice that the post got updated, and then it will run one more time. And this time we are able to actually set the author because the post does exist and we can go and get that post data. Okay. And we can have this question mark, and that's just optional chaining. And what this will stop your app from crashing, which is super annoying when that happens. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's go back. Let's click into it. And now you can see that we're actually getting our posts and we're getting the data. Or sorry, we're getting our post and we're getting the author data and we're getting our cookie. So we're actually getting back, we have access to all the information that we need now. Now let's go to, and make sure you're sending it to your article main component. Now let's go to our article main component. Now we have access to post and author. And so let's go ahead and change this to the author name. So I'm going to go ahead and say author.data.name, and let's put a question mark here. Okay. All right. Let's go back a page. Let's go back into that page right here. Okay. It's having trouble. So let's see what the problem is. So when we get, let's take a look at our author data and what that looks like. So let's look at our cookie. Oh, our cookie is undefined now. Interesting. Let's put a question mark here for author too. And I'll just write the word haha right there so we can like really see what's going on. Okay. And I'm going to navigate to our home page. Okay. Our REPL fell asleep. So let's go ahead and open it. Let's go into Medium and then we'll do yarn dev. Okay. Now our REPL is starting up again. So it'll start up in just a second. Okay. Let's refresh now. Okay. It's up. Okay. And let's click into one of these articles. Boom. And now we're actually getting back the data, right? It says Rafik Hazi, and we're pulling this straight from Firebase. So I don't need to say haha anymore. I can actually just remove that because we're actually getting the right person. And then if I look inside of my article has certain pieces of information, like for example, I have article.data.body. So we can replace this entire thing with body. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Boom. Let's go all over here. Let's remove all of this, cut it. And we're going to say post.data.body. And let's just put question marks so our app doesn't crash. Let's go back. Let's go back here, go back in here. And you can see that our body is now showing up correctly. And if I go to our articles, and we can change that body if we want. So let's go to this, and it says body, yada, new body. Okay. And I'll put an emoji like that. Ta-da. All right, let's go back and let's hit this. Let's go back to this article. Interesting. It did not change the body yet. Let's see what's the holdup. Close this out. There we go. We're now getting the new body. Okay. So the body has been updated and it's showing up right over here, and it's pulling straight from our database. If you see that like little S over there, we can go ahead and fix that. That's not going to be a problem. Let's see where we wrote listen, and I just added an S there by mistake. So let's just remove that. And now that S will go away, and now it looks like a regular button. All right. So we're pulling the body, and now we need to make sure that we pull our brief as well. And we don't need to actually write brief there anymore. That was just so we could have a little placeholder. So let's go to brief, and we're going to replace this with post. Let's go post.data.brief. Okay, that should take care of it. Here, we're going to have the author name. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go author data.name. Okay, now we're getting the author name. And then for the author, for the title of the article, let's go ahead and say post.data.article, or sorry, that title, my bad, title. Let's put a question mark here as well. And let's go back. Let's click. Boom. We're pulling the article now from the Firebase. And to make sure that the title is correctly pulling from Firebase, let's just say 2023 instead of 2022. Let's go back, come back in here, Still says 2022. Let's refresh our app because sometimes it caches it and so it might not pull from the database. A bunch of stuff actually stopped showing up in our app. So let's see what's happening. Let's refresh again. And then if it's still causing problems, we can always just go back and come back into our app. So let's click it. There we go. Okay. So now it's actually pulling the data correctly and it says 2023. And it's pulling the brief as well, Hakuna Matata, because that's what we had written in our Firebase. And the last thing is, of course, we need to make the dates more readable. Now, to make the dates more readable, I'm going to remove the 2022 and I will also remove the June 15th. We'll just put a comma here and an empty space. And let's go down here and we'll write out our new date. So we'll say new date and it'll be the date of the post. Okay. And we'll say posted on. We'll to locale string this in US, okay, ENUS. And then inside of this locale string, okay, just put a comma here. It will take in 2 arguments. And the second argument that we'll give it, I'm not sure why it puts it so far away. Interesting. All right, the second argument we're going to give it is, hey, for the day, make sure that it's numeric. Not exactly sure why it's doing that. It's an object. So let's go ahead and do this. Now let's open that bad boy up. Okay. Day is numeric. Month will be short. And then our year will also be a numeric. All right. There. What's the error that we're having here? The error is that we have to close this guy first because it's an object, right? So we close that. It's an object first. And then we close the rest of the stuff right behind it. Okay. Great. So let's prettify this so it looks better. All right, let's go back. Let's click into it. And now you can see that it's showing the date and the year, and it's doing it in a really clean way. So day numeric, month short, and year numeric will achieve this trick for you. And you can call it on a date. Date class has a method to locale string. You just call that on it and you should be good to go. Now we need this part by listen over here to pull from, essentially show that same date thing. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we can go all the way to the part where we have June 15th hard coded. So right there on line 49, I have June 15th hard coded. I'm just going to paste that and we don't need the year. So I'll delete the year. We'll format the code so it looks pretty. And there we go. Now we're getting July 1st right over here. 7-minute read. We need to also pull that data because it's the post length. So we can just say post.data.post length. And let's put a question mark here. So we can pull that post length. And now you can see it's pulling from our Firebase. It says 5-minute read. And with that said, now we can actually we're essentially done with our article, right? Like we're pulling the data. It says July 19th, 2022, July 19th. It's a 7-minute read. If I were to change any of this, if I were to change, like even the category shows up correctly, right? If we go back to the home page, you can see it says productivity and here it says coding. And if I want to change any of this data and we want to say, hey, this is really 2023, update this. And for this other article, instead of Hakuna Matata being the brief should actually be, these are amazing 7 tools. All right. So now we go back to our app, we refresh, and you can see it says these are amazing 7 tools. Everything is updated automatically. 5-minute read, 7-minute read. And if I click into any of these, you will see that it will actually show that. Boom, boom, 2023, it updated it. And these are 7 amazing tools. Okay, let's go to top 5 programming languages. Right, did we update this? Top 5 programming languages, let's go. We updated the brief, yes. So if we go back and we go to the brief, you can see the brief, sorry, for top 5. You can see the brief says, hey, 2023, right there. All right, with that said, we are able to pull all of the information from an article, and our article main is, this component is now working perfectly. The front end of this component is completed, and the back end of article main.js is now completed as well. So we're actually done with that beautiful sound that just played. We're done with our article main component. And now let's get to adding the functionality for the user so the user can actually add in their own data. So if I go to the completed version of the app, I can actually hit sign in. So we need to add an auth. So that's actually the first thing we need to do. So let's work on adding auth. And then once the user actually signs in, they can actually click and then they can actually write a post. So this will actually store all of the information in Firebase, and then we can actually retrieve the data from there and show the user's posts. So now let's go ahead, work on the authentication functionality. All right, let's get to work on adding user authentication. So if you haven't done this part yet, just make sure you go to your Firebase and make sure you have authentication enabled. So let's go to our authentication, make sure that you have it enabled, okay? And then you make sure you have the Google provider enabled, okay? These are gonna be important things that we're gonna need. Let's get back to our code. All right, so first thing we need to do is go into our context, because that's where we're actually gonna assign the users. That's where we're gonna create the methods to sign in and handle user auth, and then we'll actually we'll pass this around and use this in other files. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to import a couple of things here. So we need to import auth and we need to import provider. Okay, and since we're importing these from Firebase, we can just basically cut this here and we can paste it in there. Okay, and get rid of this. So auth and provider. Now let's go ahead and write a function that does that. So const, we're going to say handle user auth. Okay, and we'll make this async. And what this function will do is it will sign in with pop-up. So let's get that from Firebase as well. So here, where'd it go? Should have added it automatically, but let's just add it ourselves. So we're gonna go ahead and add it manual. So we're gonna say imp sign in with pop-up, okay? And we'll say from, and we will basically say, hey, from Firebase /auth, all right? Because we need access to the sign in with pop-up. Now, this is the thing, just so you understand what we're trying to build is this functionality when let me log out here real quick. The functionality I'm trying to build is watch what happens when I hit sign in. When I hit sign in, you can see that this pop-up comes, right? That's what we're trying to build. So then we can pick our email. Let's go back. So we're going to say sign in with pop-up, and this is a function. And this function is going to take in your auth and it's going to take in provider. So we have Google provider, right? Boom, there we go. We have auth and provider, and we can also await this because this is a async function. And then once we await this, we can actually console log and just see what we get here for now. Okay. And for this console log, let's add in a banana. Okay. So I can see that it's this one right over here. And then we'll make sure that this handle user auth function, we pass this around as well, because we're going to need access to this in other places. Okay. So this handle user auth function that we created. Now let's go to our home page, which is going to be, we could go to our header actually. So what we want to do is we want to go to our header component. And we want to say when somebody clicks this button, sign in. Let me hide myself. Of course, I'm always in the way. This is really annoying. All right. So when somebody clicks that sign in button right here, make sure to do bring the pop-up up so we could see this. So I'm going to go ahead to my sign in button. And then the sign in button right over here, when we click it, is actually going to pop that thing up once we click it. So let's first destructure and get access to everything. So we're going to, in our header, we're going to need access to the context. So I'm going to say const get me the user and get me handle user auth. No user yet. Let's just do handle user auth. And I'll say use context. Okay. And make sure to import context, use context at the top from React. And then we'll get medium context. Now medium context we'll have to manually import. So we'll say import medium, whoops, let's do import medium context from, and then we'll say context / medium context. Okay. And then if you want to make it look pretty, just hit that right there. My REPL just died. So I'm going to go ahead and go cd medium, and then I'll do yarn dev. So now my REPL should start again. And it's saying it's starting on port 3001. Interesting. Okay, that is fine. All right, so now let's add an on-click functionality for this function. And then we'll just say handle user auth. So basically, I just want this function over here to run when I click sign in. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a try. Sign in. Let's make sure our app is running first of all. So cd medium, and then we'll do yarn dev. That'll get our app up and running. Let's make sure we're not getting any weird errors or anything like that. Let's refresh. Okay. Earlier I was getting an error, and if you guys ever get this error, which was like, if you look down here, my storage was getting full. And so if your storage gets full, your app will crash with some weird, bizarre looking error. And so what you want to do in that case is you want to simply delete your node modules and just like reinstall your stuff again. So you can just delete your node modules package, right? And your package.lock and your yarn.lock. And then you can just do yarn or npm, and it'll install, or yarn add or yarn install or whatever. And then it'll install everything for you. All right, so I got this handle user auth function connected to my sign in. So let's see if that works now. I'm going to hit sign in, and boom, it just popped up. Now we're getting an error that says unauthorized domain. So my domain here changed. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go back. Let's go into our sign in method, and let's add another domain. So let's add this domain right here. And we don't need this HTTPS part. And we don't need that part either. Okay, let's hit add, and that should take care of it. Let's hit back on this app, and let's give it another try. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go to the home page, and then let's give it a try. All right, let's hit sign in now, and boom, look at that. It opens up, and if I do kazi@cleverprogrammer.com, let's see if anything happens. So handle user auth, in my where this handle user auth function is defined. All right, let's go back to our context or medium context. Inside of our medium context, this handle user auth function, I had said sign in with pop-up, give it auth and provider, and then just put a little soccer ball there to case that we are indeed printing this out. So let's go down here, and you can see we're getting all kinds of data about our user, right? Boom, we have display name, we have email, we're getting all of the user data that we actually need from Firebase. Now there's a bunch of extraneous data that we don't really care about. Like for example, I don't care about operation type and provider ID and token response. I just care about the user. So we're gonna go into our medium context, and inside of here, let's just get access to our user. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and say, we're gonna await this, right? This is gonna be our results. So let's go const user data is this. Let's go ahead and put that there. And then if we want to get the user specifically, I can just simply say user data, or let's go here and we'll say const user is user data dot user. Okay, so that should get us just the user, and then we can use that user over here. Okay, and if we have yeah, that's fine. We should be fine if we're saying user here. And let's take a look. Let's click this. Let's click sign in. Let's choose kazi@cleverprogrammer.com again, and let's see what happens. So I did this, and now I'm just getting information about the user, which is perfect, which is exactly what we wanted. And we have our access token, and we have our display name, and we have our email. We have email verified. So all the information about the user is now stored. Now we're going to create a function that allows us to store our user inside of our database. So I'm going to basically say const add user to Firebase, and this will be an async function, and it'll take in a user. And what this function will do is we're going to get our user, so users, and we're going to pass in the user's email, whichever user logged in. And this doc right here, we're going to create a doc out of this. We're going to say set doc actually. Let's make sure we've imported set doc at the top. Yes, we have. Okay, so we're going to set this doc right here. And then what we're going to do is set doc is a function, and then they'll take in an object. Okay, and we'll close this function out right here. And set doc function will take in email. We'll give it the user email, and it'll take in name, and we'll say user.display name. Image URL. For image URL, we're just going to say user.photo URL. And follower account, we'll just hard code it to be 0 for now. Okay, so when we add a user to the database, their follower count at that point will just be added as 0. Okay, so what handle auth should actually do is it should set the user, okay, and then it should set the user, and then it should, save the user inside of our database. I won't call this variable user here because I think this is going to conflict with something. So let's get rid of this variable user here. And let's go all the way at the top. And here I'm going to say const and set user. Okay. So this will be like our current user. So if we want to be really clear, let's just say set current user. Okay. This is just very clear. It's like the logged in user. Use state, and we'll leave the use state just null for now. Okay. And then here we're going to set our current user to be the user. Okay. So that's okay. Actually, we can bring that back. I apologize. We're going a little bit back and forth on it, but it's fine. So for current user, we'll pass it the user that just logged in. Okay. So we're going to set the current user. And then the next thing we're actually going to do, we're going to save the user. Okay. So we're going to save the user. So how we're going to save the user is we'll just call this function add user to Firebase, and we will go here and we'll pass it the user or current user. Okay. We're going to say current user, and this will allow us to add this user to the Firebase, because this function is going to run and it's just going to say, hey, the ID that I want you to use is the user email. And then what I want you to do with this user is give them an email. Okay, give them a name, give them an image, and give them a follower account, and pull all this information out from the current logged in user. Okay, and then the last thing we want to do is we want to pass in the user, okay, current user. So this state right here, current user, we want to pass it into our context because we want access to our current user pretty much at any given time. We need to know who the logged in user is at all times. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that if I hit sign in, and once I do sign in, it needs to change from sign in, and it actually needs to say something else instead. So we need to do essentially what we call conditional rendering. Okay, we just ran into a little bit of an error here. Cannot read property of user. So let's see what the error here is. User.email. So current user is what we want. So let's get current user and set that right there. Okay, handle user will set the current user. Boom. So let's try it again. Let's hit sign in. And let's go ahead and choose this email. And now we shouldn't have an error anymore. Yep, no error. Perfect. Everything worked as expected. And let's go to our Firebase. If everything worked correctly, we should have had a new user enter our database. So let's go to users, and we can see, boom, Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com was added. Okay. If I choose another account, let's see if that works too. Let's say sign in. And let me choose rafikazi1@gmail.com, and let's see if that works. Let's go back to our database. Let's refresh, and let's see if any new users were added. Okay. No new users were added as of now. Let's see what's the error that's happening. Okay. We're getting the doc, we're getting the data, and we're saving that user. So add user to Firebase, current user, add user to Firebase. Maybe we need to give it just the user data and not the current user. So we need to actually just give it the user right here, user data.user. So let's try this again. Let's give this a good old college try. So I'm going to hit sign in, and we're going to go ahead and choose rafikazi1@gmail.com. Let's take a look. Boom. It was created, and it was created on the fly. So that was nice. And if I sign in again with another email, let's say Kazitastic, that should get created soon. No. What was the error? Do we have an error at least? Inspect, console. I don't see any errors. Let's refresh. Let's try it one more time, and let's see if that works. It updated this email with Kazitastic. Okay, so it did work, but not exactly how we wanted it to work. Nope. Let's go back. Sign in. Let's sign in again with rafikazi1@gmail.com. Oh, sorry. I'm signing into the wrong app. That's the completed one. rafikazi1@gmail.com is the issue. Let's go ahead and property of null. Okay. So since we're getting the user, let's try using just the user and just use user.email. And let's see what happens over here once we use user.email. So I'm going to sign in. And let's choose this one again, rafikazi1@gmail.com. We had no errors, and email was set up correctly. So let's try signing in now with Kazitastic again. This is my chess YouTube account and email. There we go. We got Kazuya Chesstastic right there and Kazuya Chesstastic right here. Beautiful. So now our code, our app is working. Okay. So we got our handle user method plugged in, and now we're adding the user to Firebase. And so in terms of the Firebase parts, honestly, we're pretty much done because now we have authentication enabled in our app. What we just need to do is add a little bit of conditional rendering here so that once we click this, it doesn't keep saying sign in. So let's go to the front end. Let's go to our header. Okay. Wait, that's weird. Where did it take me? Header. There we go. All right. And in our header, we're going to fix this problem. Okay. So in our real app, it actually says, and then this changes from get started to get unlimited access. So we just need to do conditional rendering on that. So how we're going to do this conditional rendering is we need to check if the user is logged in. So let's go, we're in our header. So check if the user is logged in. So if the user is logged in, then we need stuff to happen. Okay. So let's say the user is logged in, and I'll go down here and we'll close this off. Okay. And this will be our one statement. And then we'll also have our or statement. Okay. And so this is our first statement. So we need to wrap this in parentheses, and then we'll have an or statement. Okay. And that'll also be wrapped up in parentheses. Okay. We're going to wrap that up in parentheses. And for now, we'll just add a empty div in here. Okay. So if the user is logged in, then all of this stuff should happen. So here we're going to say current user. Okay. And let's deconstruct our current user here. So we have access to him or her, the user itself. So if the user is logged in, then I want you to show all of certain type of stuff. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this exact thing and I'm going to paste this exact thing right here. I'm going to replace it. So if the user is signed in, then I want to change that button to actually say write. And the styling of it, I want it to be this. Okay. And I don't need it to have an on-click functionality anymore. So I need it to actually say, and I don't need to have a on-click functionality. Okay. And then this should say get unlimited access. Okay. So this is if the user is signed in, and if the user isn't signed in, then this is what should happen. So let's prettify this and let's take a look. Let's hit sign in. We're going to go ahead and do this. All right, let's take a look. And now, boom, look at that. Conditional rendering took place. And now it says write and get unlimited access. Okay, so our conditional rendering is working. We're getting the data and we even have authentication built into our app. So if you got to this part, congratulations. You're absolutely crushing it. Now, just for the last and final part, we're just going to add a modal that allows us to add data back into our Firebase. And then we're pretty much done. All right, so now we're going to work on adding a modal, like the thing behind me. Okay, it's like a modal. All right, if you click it, boom, it like closes. And then when you click it again, boom, it opens. And that's the modal that we're trying to build. If I go over to our screen over here and we click this and we go to our actual app, if I hit this modal pops up. It's not the most beautiful looking modal. You've probably seen better looking modals. But we don't want to spend a million hours making this app. So if you want to style it, feel free to style it. But the more important thing is how to actually make it. So when you click this, modal actually pops up, and when you click away, it goes away. And when you click it, there's a dark gray, like it's dark. There's an overlay. So that's what we're going to build now. So going up at the top, we're going to need to do a few things. We're going to have to do import modal from React modal. And you already know what this means because we're seeing a library that we haven't seen before. That means most likely we'll need to install it. So let's go here. Let's Control-C out of this bad boy. And we're going to say yarn add react-modal. Okay, because we're going to need that. And so once that finishes installing, then we're ready to actually add the modal and do other nicer things with it. So let's actually keep going. I'm going to say modal set app element. This is something you have to do in Next. Okay, so it's like a little config thing that you have to do, but we're done with that. Okay, that's it. Just took one line. Now we need to actually give it some styles. So we're going to just say custom styles. And for content, I'm gonna say, hey, give me top 50%. And for left, I want left to be 50% as well. I want right to be auto. And this will allow us to centralize the modal. Okay, we're gonna give it auto. We're going to transform it, and we're gonna say, hey, translate -50%, -50%. We will give a background color, and the background color will just be white. Padding, we don't need to give it any padding. We can leave it as 0. And for border, we can say none. Now, one more thing that we actually need to do for this, right, is we need to give it an overlay. So let's go ahead and say overlay, and I'm going to give it a background color, and we're going to give it a background color of like dark. So that dark color you saw, but not fully black. So this will have a little bit of opacity here as well to it, and we're done. Okay, so we're done creating the custom style for the modal. And now we just need to actually call this modal and open it up. I know it's installing right now, so to install is going to take some time, but that's okay. Let it keep installing. And then all the way at the bottom here, we're going to open this modal, okay? And then inside of this modal, we're going to have some properties. Okay, so let's go right here. And the property is going to be is open. Okay, and for is open, we're going to say if that's true or false. So let's just say, let's hard code true for now. And then on request close, we'll just say, hey, on the router, I want you to push home. Okay, so I'll show you what this does because we'll need to add a bit of routing to this. There we go. And then the next thing we're going to need is for styles, we're going to say custom styles, just like this. Okay, so that's basically what will bring the modal up. Now one more trick that we need to do is let's go ahead and run this app first. Let's go cd medium and let's go yarn dev, and let's see if a modal actually comes up or not. So open this up. Okay, hopefully it'll start running soon, and we'll restart, okay, or refresh. Let's refresh this one as well, and let's see what happens. Let's see if we get an error or if it's actually working. All right, so for closing, for now, all I want to do is I'm going to replace the router.push that we initially had, because router.push is not a thing yet. I'm just going to say close. Okay, so I'm just going to say, hey, just console log it for me, please. And then we'll go look in the console and see if we're attempting close, right? Close, it's showing close. So that's a really good sign. Now, what I want to do is we want to add a div in here so we can actually see stuff. So I can say, I am writing in the modal. Okay. And there we go. Now we're actually seeing the modal right here. And if I click into it, notice that the close doesn't get detected. It's not actually requesting a close. But when you click anywhere outside of the modal, it actually requests a close. And you can see it's requesting the close. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and make this more dynamic in a second. So what we need to do is we need to make this modal toggleable. So when I click sign in or when I click write, the modal pops up and I can see it right away. So what I want to do is add router. So we're gonna go right here and I'm gonna say const router, and we're gonna say use router. Okay, and we're going to import it from Next. So it should be imported right there. Great. And then what I want to do with this router is on that button what I want to say is I want to wrap right into a link. Okay, and make sure that we have link imported at the top. So link from Next link, just like that. All right, and we're going to wrap this right inside of this link right here. Let's prettify it so it looks better. And the href of this is simply going to be $add new equals 1. All right, that's it. And when we click this, what I want to do is I want to toggle this to open up. So I'm going to say bool. We're going to basically say here, hey, router.query. So if add new, if this is open and it has a 1, it will evaluate to true. If it's not open and doesn't have a 1 next to it, this will evaluate to false. So it's either going to evaluate to true or false. And to enforce that, what we're going to do is we're going to call Boolean. Okay, so if it gets this query parameter for add new, it's going to get the value 1 right here. It's going to replace this with 1. If this is 1, it's going to evaluate to true. right? If it's not 1, it's going to evaluate to false. Let's check Boolean 1, true, Boolean 0, false. And if there's also nothing, Boolean null or undefined, that'll also give false. So that's exactly what we're looking for. That's really good. So this open is going to depend on whether this is showing up or not. Okay. And yeah, that's essentially it. So let's take a look now at this. So we're going to go ahead and hit sign in, and we're going to go ahead and sign in with Kazi@cleverprogrammer.com. Now that we've signed in, I'm going to click right, and boom, look at that. The modal just opened up. Now, when I click away, it doesn't close. So we need it to actually close. So how we're actually going to do that is we're going to just push a path. Because if you notice, when I click and open the modal, it actually adds this path, add new. So if we actually change this path, the modal is going to close. And how I can change the path is I can simply just go to the router and I can push the home path. So now if I click away, it closes because I changed the path. If I change this path here to add new equals 1, right, you'll see that the modal will open up. If I change it to add 0, the modal will still open up because it exists. Add new path actually exists. If add new path does not exist at all, then the modal will close. So my apologies, I explained incorrectly earlier. It's actually detecting if add new exists. So if add new exists, then it'll actually evaluate to true. And if it doesn't exist, then it will just essentially evaluate to false. All right, so we can actually go ahead and see what it is too. So we can say console log, and I can say router.query.add new. So we can actually see what that looks like. So I can click, we can go add new equals 2, right? And if you console log, that should pop up. Maybe it doesn't pop up. We need it to maybe pop up on the time that it's clicked. All right, so now we're actually able to open and close the modal, sign in. And once I sign in, I click the modal. I click right and it opens. And when I click away, it closes. Click it opens, click away, it closes. All right, so what we're gonna do here is the upload modal, okay, or we'll call it the post modal. That modal right here, we will turn it into a component. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's create a new component and we'll add a new file. And we will call this file post component. So let's go here, add file, post, not post component, post modal.js. All right. And we'll say post modal. Okay. And we'll just give it return. I'm going to give it a div, and the div is going to say modal. And then here we're going to say export default post modal. And if we go back to our file that we just had open, which was, I believe, header. Inside of header, I'm going to replace this here with post modal component, make it self-closing. And let's also import it. So I'm going to say import post modal from, and I can say import post modal from post modal. Okay, so there we go. That should import it. Now when I click it, let's click sign in first because we have to get to the right. So sign in. Now that we're authenticated, let's click, and you can see that it's actually saying modal. All right, now we're gonna need to work on this component. Okay, so we're gonna work on this upload or this post modal component and make sure it has everything that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and take care of the styling for this. So we're gonna say const styles, and I'm gonna move through the styles a little bit faster on this one. Okay, so for the styling, I can add in a wrapper, okay? And let's go ahead, and this div right here, we're gonna make this div our wrapper div. All right, so we can just say div class name, and we can say styles.wrapper, okay? And let's keep this open so we can see it as we style it. Now for this wrapper, I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, take width of 70 rem. All right, I want you to, so you can see that it just got bigger, like way bigger, right? We'll take height of 50 rem. All right, so now you can see that this is a much bigger modal. All right, we're gonna say, hey, become flex. We're gonna make a flex column, and we'll do justify start. item center, so vertically aligned and horizontally aligned. Okay, it's not horizontally aligned or vertically aligned, but horizontally aligned. Item center, and then we will give a gap of 1 rem, padding of 1 rem, and font will be medium serif, and then we'll give it an overflow scroll that, hey, you can actually scroll on this thing up and down. All right, cool. So we're done with the wrapper part of it. Okay, now inside of this wrapper, we're going to have a title. Okay, so we're going to say class name, and we're going to do styles.title, and we're just going to say add a post, okay, or create a new post. And let's go ahead and style this. So I'm going to say title. Title is going to have just some margin from the top. We'll make the font bold, and we'll make the text size larger. There we go. Create a new post. All right. And now here under div, we'll give it a class name of styles.small field. And then in the small field, we'll have a span tag. And this span tag will have a class name of styles.field title. And we'll just say title here. Okay. And then it will also have another span tag, and this will have a class name of styles.input container, and this span tag will actually have an input inside of it. Okay, we'll just make it a self-closing, and let's give it a few properties. So we're going to say class name is styles.input field, type is going to be text, value is going to be title. Okay, and we'll keep track of all of this stuff too. I'll comment it out for now. And then we're going to add an on change as well to this. For now, let's just actually create the front end part of this. Okay, so we have a title, and then I can actually write. But this doesn't look that great. So let's go ahead and start styling our small field first. So let's style this. Okay, so the styling of this small field will be, it'll take full width. It'll be flex, we'll justify in between, and we'll have a gap of 1 rem. Okay, now let's see. There we go. So now the input is all over here, title is over here, okay? And we'll style it further. So this is small field. Now let's style our field title. All right, so our field title, we're gonna say flex 1, and then we're just gonna say text end. And then we're gonna style our input container. Okay, and for our input container, we're going to give it a flex of 5. We're going to give it a height, and for the border 2, and then border color is going to be that gray color that we always added. So there we go. Now we can actually write in here. Okay, and then we need to style our input field. So I'm going to say input field, and we're going to give it a full width, border of 0, outline none, and background transparent. So now I can write throughout this entire thing, and it's not just that small little field. Okay, so our title is now done. Okay, and let's go ahead outside of our title. Okay, so I'm going to get outside of this span here and outside of this div here, and we're going to create another small field. So div. The idea of the next one is actually going to be pretty similar. So it's going to be a small field. It's going to have a field title. It's going to have an input container, a field. So what we can actually do is we can just copy from the small field portion, and then we can just paste it again. And that gives us a new line. And then we can just keep pasting it again and again, and it'll just keep giving us new ones. Okay, so let's go ahead down here, paste it. Let's go down here and paste it. Let's go down here and paste it. Let's go down here and paste it. And we're going to need a couple of them. So let's hit sign in. This is our final app, right? The completed app. So let's click here and let's click write, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of those are what we need. Okay, so we went 1 too many. So let's just remove 1. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 of those we need. So one is going to be title. The next one is going to be brief. All right, so let's just go to the next one. It's going to be brief. And then the next one is going to be banner image URL, and then it's going to be category, and then it's going to be estimated read length in minutes. Okay, now if we go to hours, pretty much the same thing, yeah? And the last one we're going to need is going to be like a bigger text box. Okay, so how we can actually do that is pretty much do the same exact thing, except we're going to change our input with just a text area. So I'm going to go here and paste. Let's copy this small field again, and let's paste it. And this, we're going to just replace that with text area. Okay, all lowercase. So now we have text area. Okay, and what we're going to call this is going to be article text. So let's go back. I'm going to just write article text here. Boom, showing up. And the class name for this input field, body, and then we'll give it rows as well. So we'll say rows are going to be 12. All right, so now we can, boom, write a bunch of stuff here. Now we need to actually keep track of a bunch of state variables. Okay, so let's go all the way to the top in our app, and we're going to keep track of all these state variables. Okay, so we're going to need access to also the user as well. So we're going to say user, and we're going to get this from use context. All right, and we'll grab it from the medium context. Now we'll have to import a few of these things, of course. So we're going to have to say import use context from React. We're going to have to say import medium context from context / medium context. And yep, so this is, it's pretty good. So that gets us access to the user, and now we need to keep track of state. So let's go ahead and import that too. So we're going to say import use state, and let's do use context. Let's remove this, and we're going to say from React. Okay, let's format our code. Let's move these lines up. All right, so now we need a bunch of state variables. Okay, so let's keep track of them now. So I'm going to say const title, set title, and I'm just going to paste these because it's going to be pretty repetitive what we're going to be putting here. So title, brief, category, post, length, banner image, body. So I'm basically all of these guys. If I open up the modal, all of these guys right here. So every single field will need to actually keep track of it in a state variable, and we're doing that right here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to create a function. Okay, and this function we're going to create is going to be const, we're going to say add post to Firebase, okay, our database, and it's going to be async. It's going to take in an event, and we're just going to do event.prevent default. So when we submit our form, we don't want to refresh anything. And now we need access to our database. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say import, say collection, add doc, and server timestamp from Firebase / Firestore, because we're going to add a timestamp to the post. And then we're going to get access to our database from Firebase. Okay, let's prettify it. All right, let's go down, and then I'm going to await, and I'll say add doc, and we're going to get the collection, okay, articles. So this is the collection that we're going to be adding our doc to. That's essentially what we're saying. And then this add doc function will take in an object. Okay, so what's the doc? Where are you adding it? So we're going to be adding it to our collection. And then what exactly are you going to be adding? So we're going to be adding our banner image. This is going to be banner image. We're going to be adding our body, and that's going to be body. We're going to be adding our category, all of these state variables right here. We're going to be adding our brief. That's going to just be our brief. We're going to be adding posted on, and this is going to be server timestamp. We will be doing our post length. This will be post length, and we just want to make sure that it's a number. And then title is going to be title, and author will be user.email. Okay, so the user will be pulling in from context. Okay, and I believe we call it current user. So we'll actually be pulling in current user.email. Okay, maybe even a better name would have been logged in user. So maybe you should name it that. Okay, so we're done with this, add this function right here. And now all we need to do is we need to make it so when we actually update these fields, we need to make sure that we're actually keep storing this in the state, the banner image or whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and now do that. So the value here is going to be title, and then on change event is going to be, we're going to set title, and we're just going to say event.target.value. And we're pretty much going to repeat this process for every single field. We're just basically going to paste this everywhere. So let's go down here. Let's put that right there and just change this word to brief. So I'm going to copy, we're going to go brief. We're going to copy this and we're just going to say set brief. All right. So we could see here we have set brief, and then we're going to repeat that process just again and again. We're just going to keep doing that again and again. So now let's do that for this field, banner image URL. And then this one is going to be banner image. And then this part is going to say set banner image. Okay. Let's repeat this part. Ignore my barking dog. She's a wild one. We're going to keep going. All right. So category is what we're looking for. So category, and we're going to set category. So let's go down here and it's going to say category, and then we're going to set category, okay, with a capital C. And I believe banner image is going to be with the capital E. So you can't just copy paste everything. All right. Value category. Okay. Let's go down here. Estimated time. So where's that? Post length. All right. Let's go all the way down. And we're going to do post length. And here we're going to say set post length with a capital P, and copy this one last time, paste it here. And then we have article text, which I believe we're just calling it body. So let's go down all the way. Let's call it body. And we're just going to say set body with the capital B. And that should be it. And now we just need to basically add a button where when we click it, it shows us everything that we need to. It actually submits this, right? So we're going to say button, and then the text on this button is just going to say submit. And we're going to say, hey, on click, I want you to run my add to Firebase function. That's what I want you to do on click. What's the error here? Oh yeah, I got to say equals. Okay, so we're going to add to Firebase. We're going to run that function. The button should be submit, and then we need to give it a class name. And for class name, we're going to do accented button. Okay. And if we don't have that, we're just going to create that styling for it. And we're going to say accented button. And this styling is going to be similar to the one that we've used a couple of times here. So we're just going to say background black, text white, padding vertical 2, padding horizontal 4, and make it rounded so it's fully rounded. Okay, beautiful. There we go. So there you have it. You got title, brief, banner image, all of this. And when I actually hit submit, it will post that in our database. So if we've done everything perfectly, then we should have no problems with this. So I'm going to copy that image. We're going to go here for title. I'm going to say bazooka for brief, bazooka. For image, I'm going to paste that image. Category, bazooka. Estimated time length is going to be 10 minutes. I love bazookas. And we're going to put a heart here and then hit submit. And let's see, it's going to break. All right, can't read the current user's email. So the question is, the current user logged in? And the second question is, did we call it a current user in our Medium context? So let's go to our Medium context file in context, and let's see. Yes, we did call it a current user, so we're good there. Let's go back into our components, post modal component. Should have called it post Malone, and current user, right? We're getting access to that. So now let's try this. Let's get out of here and let's make sure we sign in first. So let's sign in, right? Now that we've signed in, it should have access to that. So let's just do all of this again. Bazooka, bazooka man, it's the image, bazooka category, 10 minutes. I love bazookas, heart sign, boom, paste, submit. And let's see if we get an error this time. Okay, inspect. What is happening now? Submit. Oh, I submitted it too many times. Okay, let's see. There we go. I submitted it, and you can actually see author. I love bazookas, bazooka man, bazooka. Here's the image for that post, title image. There we go. I ended up actually posting it 3 times. So let's go back. And here we go. All of those articles that we just posted are now showing up. How beautiful is that? That is amazing. You did it. You got yourself here. You should be very proud of yourself for actually getting this done. And now you can actually click into it and it shows you everything about your bazookas. Great job if you got this far. You've absolutely crushed it. This was an absolutely insane project. You did so much. If we actually go through this app, there's so much that you've done. You built the Medium header, you built the banner, you built this postcard components. You've made it dynamic where when you sign in, there's actual authentication, there's conditional rendering. Once I log in, it actually changes it to, and it says write. And then I can actually, I'm reading from a database and I'm able to actually write to the database as well. And yes, you can make this modal a lot prettier and make this better, and you can keep taking this app further and further. But for now, this is a Medium clone, and you should be very proud of yourself for actually getting to this part and building this all with Next.js. So congratulations if you got this far. Make sure you smash the like button so this video goes out to as many people as possible. And as always, I love your beautiful face. This is Kazi, and I'll see you in the next video.